Okay, can we start, please? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, everyone who was here yesterday. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. It's been great to see people really networking, exchanging numbers, patting each other on the back, which is absolutely what we're here for the fantastic work we do. So really nice to see you again, and welcome to people who are joining us today. I hope you'll get a lot out of it. Welcome to everyone on YouTube joining us for day 2. Again, we'll be streaming this live, but we'll also be able to go back and watch things afterwards as well. I'm going to do a tiny bit of housekeeping again, so apologies to everyone who's heard this already. All the conference stuff is happening in here, the Connects building. We've got 2 rooms downstairs, so this is the Victory Suite, and we've got Nelson 2, which is just through there. Upstairs we've got Duncan 2 and Duncan 4, and we've also got our quiet room for anyone who needs it. We had some pretty tough topics yesterday, as you'd expect, and we're expecting the same again today. So if you want to just take a few minutes out, please do go and make use of our quiet room, or go and stand outside, whatever you prefer. We've got our helpline team on hand again, if anyone wants to speak to anyone. Are the helpline team in here to stand up? Yeah, give a little wave, thank you. So just grab them, and the rest of our team are on hand, of course, as well. And we are here to help with directions. We are here to help with, if you can't remember what you're signed up for, ask us anything, just grab us. We're really happy to help. Tea and coffee are that way and kind of that way upstairs. Toilets are the same. There's quite a lot dotted about. We have got signs everywhere, so you should be able to find your way. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all our speakers again. Thank you to our discussion group leaders. Thank you to our workshop leaders. Thank you to the TST team. And thank you to our recording team. We've got John and Jesse, and we've got Tracy as well taking photographs. Like I said yesterday, if you don't want to be on film or on camera, just let them know. That's absolutely fine. Similarly, we've got cameras set up in all the workshops and discussion groups, so they are all being recorded, but we want them to be a safe space. So if a camera being in there is kind of putting you off opening up, just let us know and we won't use that recording. We had that with a couple of groups yesterday, and that's absolutely fine. It's about you, it's not about the recording, so you take priority. Just a quick change to the agenda. It's nothing very dramatic. We're moving the coffee and networking to straight after the keynote speakers. So the coffee break will now be at 10:40 till 11, and then workshops will start at 11. So nothing too dramatic. We just thought people might like that little bit of a break. Just let me check I haven't missed anything out. Oh, this year, has anyone found a pink cardigan?
I found it.
Hey, excellent. There we go, a bit of good news for us there. Brilliant. Everyone phones on silent, please, or vibrate at the very least. Thank you so much for all the brilliant feedback you've been giving us. If you would like to make it official, we've got QR codes dotted about. If you scan them, you link straight into our feedback forms. As you know, it's really useful to get that feedback. We haven't done a conference for a few years, so we want your honesty. We want to know what we could do better, what went well, suggestions for the future, all that sort of stuff. I think I've covered everything there. Apologies for my voice. I was just about to go to bed last night, and then Mr. Brightside came on. And as you know, when Mr. Brightside comes on, you have to go to the dance floor and start pointing and shouting. So that's what's going on with my voice today. But yeah, it was nice to see people enjoying themselves last night as well, particularly after such a long day. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Lucy, who you've seen loads of already. But just to formally reintroduce her, Lucy is our policy advisor, and she's going to talk to you about our Manifesto for Change. So hand straight over to you, Lucy.
I don't need to clap. Thank you. Morning, everyone. There were a few of us on the dance floor last night, so you might have to bear with us as well. I was going to start today with loads of slides about the statistics and the sector and what we're facing. That, we know there's 500,000 children being abused every year and a 1.6 conviction rate. I was speaking to a survivor a few weeks ago who was really upset and was saying, can you please tell me why my life is less important than a shop window? And she was saying that after the riots when we had prosecutions within 24 hours, but she's been waiting for 3 years, and obviously I can't tell her that. I don't think currently our ministers can either, and I think that's something that we really need to work on. But I've decided not to show those slides because we all know it, and I'm talking to a room of people who are doing just the most incredible job working with people who feel that way, giving them hope and letting them see a future. And thank you, I'll say it again, it's a massive privilege to be in a room with you all and to be discussing, as we were yesterday, different ways around this. And this is something that we have tried to do. You might be aware, sorry, of ICSA. I feel like we go on about it an awful lot, but it was important. It was 184 million. It was 8 years' work. Myself, my colleague Chris Tuck down there, we were on the Victim and Survivors Consultative Panel for the whole 8 years with Faye Maxted. And it wasn't an easy ride. It was really, really hard, actually, at times. We got death threats. We regularly had memes about us online. At one point, we had dog poo put through our letterboxes. It was really tough. But the people that were doing that weren't the perpetrators, and they weren't the institutions that we were trying to investigate. It was actually other survivors who were so upset and so angry, and they could take it out on us because we were much easier, we're more accessible than the institutions that have caused them so much harm. And people are still hiding behind that. And we saw yesterday with Ellie's amazing talk about OnlyFans, and I was talking to Ellie afterwards, that once you've started making billions, you become untouchable. It doesn't matter. Once you've got into number 10, you're too difficult to speak to. So they kind of went for us. And I'm going massively off topic here, sorry, but I just think it's really important because the title of this conference is United, and it's very easy for me to say that. I'm not the fundraising team. We're all trying to keep our organisations alive so we can do the life-saving work we do, but we're constantly being told there's no money. When we met with Jess Phillips recently, as she said yesterday with Alexis, they keep telling us what they can't do. And my urge to you all today is let's start asking them what they can do. This is costing lives on a daily basis. And the way we're managing the statistics, we're saying, well, that was suicide due to trauma, or that was due to substance misuse. It was due to the trauma of sexual violence. We all know that. And we are dealing with a 22 billion black hole, which is what we're being told the Tories left our current government. That's appalling, but we also know that sexual violence costs this country 16.8 billion every year. So I'm no mathematician, but we need to start reallocating funds. This led us to creating this rather beautiful manifesto, if I do say so myself. There's quite a story behind this. We wrote it with lots of focus groups and in true me style, my team will know I'm not the best at sticking to deadlines, and I kind of go off on a tangent. So releasing a manifesto 2 months after the election felt quite fitting for me. I went and got it printed at my local printers in Brighton, and then realised I'd left out loads of the text, so I had to then go and get it reprinted. And then yesterday, this is a true story, I was at Brighton train station and a guy tried to grab my laptop. I was like, no, that's got the conference on it. So I whacked him with it, as you do. And he saw the next bag and he ran off with it. And it had 2 boxes, I don't know where those boxes are, they're heavy, of manifestos in it. And he's running along. And then he looked in the bag and was like, I don't want this. And I was like, you're the reason I wrote this. So anyway, so these were meant to get to you today. So please do read them. We are going to release them on our website. This isn't going to help solve anything. This isn't going to change the trauma of those lives that we've already got, but we are just trying to be more creative, because what we are dealing with in this subject is, is it under domestic violence, or is it under child sexual abuse? Is it VAUG, violence against women and girls, which our new government have just said they're going to halve in the next 10 years? I don't know if anybody had the chance to watch the news this morning. Jess Phillips had an interview with Charlie on BBC One, and she's talking quite candidly about how Keir Starmer is breathing down her neck to end VAUG. That's great news, but we're still talking about all the individual. We're siloing this problem, aren't we? And we need to really have it as a big umbrella, and that's what this is. We are calling for a child protection agency. We have a minister for the post office. We don't have a minister for child abuse, even though we know that over 500,000 children are being uniquely abused every single year. We know there's 13.5 million, although I think that number changes slightly depending on where you look, adults living with the debilitating trauma of sexual violence until they can get the right help. And they get put into the statutory mental health system, as we know, which is unable to cope because it doesn't have the training or the finances. So these people aren't being represented anywhere. Currently, the government spends 32 pence per rape victim, and the numbers just aren't stacking up. So we want to take it away from the Department for Education, from the criminal justice system, from the Home Secretary. It's not security. They have said it's a national emergency, but this isn't a security issue. It deserves its own department, and it deserves its own minister, and we're quite passionate about that. We've put this to the government, and we haven't put it to the government. The independent inquiry into child sexual abuse said that should be the number one starter point to start addressing this problem. And even though it has child in the title as a child protection authority, I envisage it working for adults as well. I envisage it looking at accountability, at redress, and at lifelong support for any sexual violence that has been experienced. We're a long way off that, but our call today, and hopefully you can take some time to read this, our call today is to please help us support that call. And I think we need to unite as a sector for one ask at the moment, because everybody's going to them with a giant shopping list. And it's really easy for them to go, well, actually, I'm sorry, we can't do that because we've got to do this because that's in VAUG, and we can't do that because we've got to do this. And that's with the big tech companies. Let's do something that can look at it all, and then we don't need to keep campaigning and asking for it, and we can just go to that one department and get it. I'm making it sound so simple. I obviously know it's not. But we have set out in our manifesto 3 key areas which I wanted to talk through with you today. No, I didn't. Okay, sod it. So we've got respect and restore, which is looking, and the number one thing, which is very much looking at people who have lived experience of sexual violence, immediate therapeutic support for all children we know who have experienced sexual violence. I mean, the fact we don't have that still blows my mind. Permanent funding for our organisation so we can carry on doing the incredible work that we're doing. Specialist sexual abuse courts, trained 999 officers. That's where Jess and Yvette were yesterday, discussing how they're going to make that happen in 999 call centres. Great to hear. Trauma-informed training embedded into all pre-qualification curriculums. I know so many of us are working really hard on that. We're certainly looking at that in the NHS and for maternity care as well. And mandatory trauma-informed training for all frontline professionals now they are qualified, because they still don't have it. The amount of times I've heard people go, I don't need that because I go to safeguarding once a year in September, and it's online and I can turn my camera off and check the news. And we need to give this much more precedent than it has at the moment. And then the next aim is to protect those children that we know are at risk. Currently, we had 48,000 children known to be at risk of child sexual abuse. Only 2,000 of those were put on an at-risk plan, and those at-risk plans do not even remove them from the perpetrator. And once again, there's a lot of talk about the victims, about reacting to these cases. Even again this morning, the headline news is another man in power who's been accused once again of rape and sexual violence of adults. And we're again being asked for a reaction to it. And actually, I feel like we just need to stop reacting and start putting something in place for prevention. That's what we're hoping this will achieve. And then the other one is prevention. I was recently I've got two little people in my house. I was recently talking to another parent. I told him what I did and said, oh, is there still a need for that? And I was like, my gosh. And that's another parent. He works in IT, has absolutely no idea. We have to get the public on board. We can't change this. Of course, it should be led by survivors, informed by survivors, but we can't change this if it is only the survivors that think that there needs to be a change. It has to start coming from the whole of society, and we have to start accepting the risk. Again, one of ICSA's recommendations was to have a public awareness campaign, but the previous government told us that wasn't needed because it's already absorbed in existing structures. We have to start calling it out, and we have to find a way to have conversations to start calling out low-level behaviour where it's just seen as banter on WhatsApp groups, because we know that then escalates. So they are our three strategic aims which we have put into this manifesto, and the key policies are on the side. Some of them, it started off very much, as I said, looking at ICSA and how we can make it more understandable to the public or to people who don't necessarily have a knowledge of this. But now it's obviously expanded, because we're not just talking about children, and we're not just talking about women, and we're not just talking about girls, and we're not just talking about technology-assisted abuse. We're talking about changing the culture entirely, and that's what we need to do. So please use this, spread it, share it, and keep an eye out, because for us, even though it can feel a bit tiresome, we do have a new government. It might have been a bit bumpy so far, but they've only been in place for 6 weeks, and there is still an awful lot of hope in terms of the conversations that we can have and the changes we can make. We just need to make sure that our ask is clear and achievable with them, and we're going to have to compromise on what we want. But as long as we can get this a step in the right direction, then I think we are able to make some real lifelong changes. I want a world where my daughters grow up and look back and can't believe that we were even having these conversations. They don't know what trauma-informed care is because it's just what we do all the time. We don't need to train anybody on it. It's just part of our culture. And that's what I'm hoping, perhaps rather ambitiously, but maybe they could slow down in growing up, and we'll see if that works. So I just wanted to say that, really. My slides weren't very interesting, so I'm not going to use them. And then open it to questions. Later on, in one of the workshops, myself and John O'Brien, who was the secretary to the inquiry, will just be running through the inquiry recommendations. They've been quite, lots of people have said, that they wouldn't quite work. They absolutely wouldn't have, lots of people, when it came out, we were going, it doesn't quite go far enough. But we've got to take one step in the right direction. I don't want everyone going, we need another inquiry as to why we did nothing about this, and it's looking that way unless we do something about it. So, yeah. Does anyone have any comments or questions or thoughts? Or was that all far too much for a Friday morning? Mag's eye.
Is there something that we, as agencies that sort of cover the whole of the UK between us, could do to help this? I'm thinking like a coordinated drop of a document like this with a letter to MPs or whatever. What is it that we can do to help get this message out? Who do we need to be targeting?
I think that's really important, and I think we know, there are. Yes, I'm trying to be really diplomatic. Okay, so what we were going to do is we were going to do a massive Write to Your MP campaign, and we call it a Trump call, where what we do is we get everybody to do it on the same day. What we do know about politics is if they get more than 15 emails within a certain period, I think it's just a week, they then have to escalate that to their relevant minister. So if in every constituency we can get 20 people in the same week to write it, the next Prime Minister's questions will be completely saturated with this, which will then hit the news, which will then get the public going, oh, you're still going on about it, maybe we should do something about this. That was the plan. Then there was the election, and then there was a new government, and then there were promising conversations. So we were holding off because we didn't want to stoke the fire, so to speak. But I think it's very much on the cards and on the way. And I think that it's really hard with those letters, isn't it? Because we can draft something, but I don't ever want to speak for people. And you want to encourage them to write it themselves, but then often people don't. So I think the key thing to do is to draft a couple of alternatives and then let people change it as they do. And I think we need to think as well a little bit about Act on ICSA, because that has been the campaign banner, and we ran a parliamentary event back in January that was sponsored by Jess Phillips, and the then Home Secretary James Cleverly came. I'll leave that. And it was all, you've got to go through those motions to get it on their agenda. But this is now becoming slightly bigger than ICSA. We often got criticised at ICSA for not looking into enough or into certain areas, but it was called the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, and it was set up to look at institutions. And actually, I think it was incredibly creative with its brief beyond that, because we looked at let down by institutions, and we really tried to push it. And I'm saying we, it wasn't me. We were consultants, and that's really important. Gillian, hi. Oh, thanks. Oh, I've already talked too long. Never mind. Gillian, hi.
As you know, I'm excited to be here, and I've always been an advocate for TST. And it might just be that the sessions I've been to, or it might just have been what I've been listening to. And I know that yesterday the session on the landscape and technology was really informative. But actually what I'm also interested in, and as an adult survivor, I'm very much about ICSA, but what I'm also interested in is that we mustn't take our eye off the ball. If I think about the elderly population and their fragility and their vulnerability, one of my best friends was sexually assaulted in a care home by a member of the staff. And what we're not seeing is a voice for that population. It might be that it's there and I'm just missing it, but actually to me that is as important as the fight is for children. We need to be still talking about the crimes that adults are experiencing, and especially so for those that are vulnerable.
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
want that message to be as loud as ICSA.
Thank you. I there's been loads of statistics that have been released recently, and they're just getting buried. It really, I find it really odd. I mean, an adult is raped in the UK every 11 minutes. That just blows my mind, and yet we're not even trained to deal with it when we call 999. But yeah, I completely hear you. I think, has anybody? Oh, yeah. Hi.
Hi, Lucy. obviously I'm from Northern Ireland, and our government is a shambles too.
I didn't say that, just for the...
Well, I'm saying it probably online, I'll get robbed for it, but anyway, what we're doing is we are getting young people to be ambassadors to lobby government.
Amazing.
And I feel that would maybe work because our young people have the voice of young people. So we're creating this space in Northern Ireland for young people to lobby government, to talk to young people, to spread that whole sort of arena of the young people and a child's voice. So I feel that we need to incorporate young people to do that and to lobby government. So I don't know if that's something that's maybe...
No, I think it is, and I think, like we were saying as well, a really creative way of changing the subject. If the government aren't going to help us get this out to the public, then let's do it ourselves. And that's young people, and that's through the incredible work of people like Mark, and we are seeing it more on TV. But I also want to be careful with the narrative that it's not too triggering, because I also know lots of people that go, I can't watch that, I can't engage in that because it's too triggering, which is why, we'll hear from Mark later how he's changing that. So that's really good. Thanks. Hi, Linda.
Yes, hello there. I just wanted to pick up on what Gillian said about the elderly, and one of the concerns I have noticed over the past few years, if you have a look at any statistics that are given by, let's for example say Crime Survey for England and Wales, they always talk about adults being between the age of 16 and 74. That really concerns me, because adults these days, we've got a growing elderly population, they're not even considered beyond the age of 74. And yet I've heard many disclosures from people older than 74. And I just want to mention that again, the people who they're having the ear of relevant people need to consider that, and we need to change that.
I was tearing my hair out as well about how, because now everyone's talking about FORG and domestic violence. Do look up Jess's interview on BBC this morning. I'll just say that and leave it there. But someone was saying we've got to change how we fit it in. If they're going to say, okay, we're only looking at VOG, fine, we'll change how we word it and fit it in. But we've got to just get their attention. But yeah, if you're over 74, that's terrible. Thank you. Hi.
Very good. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Just a couple of things. I completely agree with what Gillian and others have said about the older generation. A lot of the people who access our service, in my experience to date, have been older men, sort of 30, 40, 50, 60. We are starting to see an uptake in younger people come to the service in the 18 to 20 sort of category. And it's a difficult thing to obviously manage it all and try and see which is the priority. And I think we have to try and do more of a blanket approach where it's accessible to everyone to kind of lobby as well. So we talked a lot the other day around, I guess, the perils of social media. But how much we actually engage in social media to engage young people? Because the majority of young people won't watch the news, they won't read the newspaper, they'll watch a TikTok video, they'll watch something on Instagram. And I think we're massively missing a trick if we're not engaging with that content.
Yeah,
and I understand it, like you said a moment ago, about triggering stuff, and let's face it, this is a horrible subject to talk about.
Yeah.
But it should be, because it's
horrible.
No,
absolutely.
So we need to be exposing them to not the horror, if you see what I mean, but actually the work that we
That's what I mean. Yeah, we just got to change it so we're not going through into too much detail. Yeah, and I think that's really relevant. And I think we're also falling into that trap because our lawmakers and our ministers aren't really engaging young people, are they? And so we're like, well, we've got to engage the ministers. We do, but they'll listen to the public voice. So I think that's really helpful. Thank you. I'm really aware that I have taken... Oh, no, I haven't even just taken the entire next time. I've gone over that as well. So, yeah. Chris wants one more really quickly. Go on, Chris.
I was at a conference last week and they had some survivors to explain what the recommendations is about, to bring alive the recommendations. But the fact is, the recommendations were written on the voices of survivors. So 7,000 survivors came forward. There were all of these independent inquiries going on in different institutions. So if any of you are in doubt about the scale and the scope and the impact, please go back to the final report and please read it, because it's all based on survivor testimony of all ages, from all institutions, yeah, and for those abused within the family home as well, who were let down by. So if you will need any information, any evidence, it's there in the final report. And we can't let those 7,000 voices just wither away. We don't need to keep reinventing the wheel. That impact is with those survivors that came forward, no matter how old they were, whether they were young or old, it's in there. We don't need to keep looking for it and re-traumatising other people. We just need to act on and go more in depth to what the manifesto says.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm really aware we've taken up loads of time, so thank you, and see you later.
Thanks, Lucy. So we've got Professor Caroline Bradbury-Jones up next. I'm sure a lot of you have met her or heard of her already, but Caroline does extensive research into violence and abuse, particularly violence against women and girls. So important because we all know what a vital, wonderful job we do, but research from people like Caroline gives us that empirical evidence to prove it outside our sector as well, and that's what we need to get the funding, to get the attention, to get the action, to make changes. So I'm going to hand over to Caroline now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join you this morning. I am going to present a piece of research that began some years ago now, in 2019. And I think it's really very important research, not just because I was part of the research team, in fact, I led it, but also because it's really very pertinent, I think, to everybody in the room about what's happening in terms of supporting survivors of sexual violence, but particularly thinking about the context of voluntary sector services. I hope you can see those slides. I'm looking at the little tiny slide there that's supposed to be my prompt to my aid memoir, and it's about this big. So if I'm looking above your heads, it's just because I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. So just a note really is that usually I would invite people to tweet or whatever you do these days, X. But I would say when it comes to the content on the slides, if you could just refrain from that. I don't mind having photos taken of myself, but the final report for this project is due to be released before the end of this year. And it has been quite long awaited because of what we have to say in terms of the funding and the commissioning of health services. I have no idea what's happening to my slides. They've gone on a funny display. Is anybody to sort them out? Thank you very much. And you didn't tell me how I was supposed to move these things on. Is it... Nah. Way, yes. Thank you. So this is me. I am a professor of gender-based violence, so a lot of my research is concerned with violence against women and girls, but not exclusively so. And the Prosper study, which is the one I'm talking about this morning, was not solely focusing on women and girls, and it did include men. And the little bit of context about myself, although I don't need to talk about that for too long. My background is in health, so I'm a health researcher. I am a nurse, and I'm a midwife, and I'm a health visitor, so what I bring to research is really grounded in that kind of in that context. And the study was funded by the National Institute for Health Research, so they are a big health funder, and there was a very big team involved with this study who had the requisite skills in what we did, but also representation from across the sector. And I want to say quite a bit about that, because one of the things we're most proud about in the Prosper study So this is what our study looked like. Now, this is one of the illustrations of some artwork that we produced for the study, just so that we could make it somewhat more accessible and interesting than just having slide after slide of statistics and figures and such like. So the study was concerned with the support of survivors of sexual violence through voluntary sector specialist sexual violence services. What a mouthful. I've shortened it to VSS, if you can just accept that for now. And we used a number of different methods, and I'm going to talk through them. We started off with undertaking some interviews with commissioners, funders, survivors and practitioners. We also ran a national survey of commissioners and funders, and then we undertook some in-depth case study work in 4 areas of England, so that we could really get to grips with the nature of services and how they were provided, and importantly survivors' journey through services and how supportive they were. So if you could just follow me round in a kind of clockwise movement. The focus of the Prosper study was on how VSS specialist sexual violence services support survivors, because we know that they absolutely do. What do they do? What do you do that kind of offers that support, and how can we evidence that and say that it's really helpful? And yes, so what difference does it make? What are the pathways through, as I've already said? And the unique thing about this study, and what really gave it the edge over anything that's really happened, is the focus on funding and commissioning. And our recommendations that are going to be coming out, like I say, later on in this year, are really saying something about how troublesome the funding and commissioning landscape is for the sector. And that is something that is going to be really helpful, I think, in future commissioning, future funding, and altering that, because it needs altering in our opinion. And so just going through to the aims, I've really kind of covered that. It was about giving voice to survivors, and I think we did that, but not voice about their lived experience of sexual violence, but their lived experience of that journey through services and the difference that it makes. And importantly, given what I've just said, the impacts of funding and commissioning. Now, most survivors in contact with different practitioners, different organisations, are not desperately concerned per se with funding and commissioning. That's not the language they use, but they experience it indirectly because of what happens within those different services and what's happening to practitioners within those services. And we also have something really important to say about that. The bottom right, as you're seeing it, is the aspect of the study whereby we really engaged with 5 individuals with lived experience of sexual violence who responded to an advert to come and work with the academic team as co-researchers. And it was just the richest aspect of the study, I think, and I will finish with that at the end because I want to leave that as a point of reflection. It's too early on a Friday morning after your conference dinner to be going too much into theory. I don't think that you want to hear that. Put in theory, stick it together with research, and it's enough to send anybody to sleep. So I won't linger over this, but just with just to say that the structure of our study was formed around some work that's been done quite some time ago now, really, about the voluntary sector generally, not in relation to sexual violence services specifically, in that there was a unique structure to it. As very distinct to what happens in the statutory sector, for example. And some of those, 3 of the key elements are that closeness to communities that is very difficult to achieve in the statutory sector, that there tends to be a flatter hierarchy, so that closeness to individuals and the closeness of practitioners to managers and to commissioners is far flatter. And also that the voluntary sector tends to have a focus on being mission-led, and in the case of the sexual violence sector, of also being survivor-led. And then just going on really to because I can't linger too much, but how the findings will be used, well, very much to produce that evidence that has just been mentioned, because we definitely need it in relation to sexual violence services in England. So this is what the study looked like. I won't linger on this because it does have some numbers on it, and but I think they're important in terms of giving an illustration of who took part in the study and just the amount of people that we spoke to, and we engaged really quite widely when it came to the survey, for example, and really quite deeply when it came to the case study analysis. And I'm going to talk through those. But just to say that things sometimes go terribly awry. So yes, the study began in November 2019, just the most disastrous time to start anything, I think. We were coming together as a new team, and COVID hit. So a lot of what we were going to do originally, which was like services as well, we all know that we've all been impacted, whatever we were doing, a lot of it went online. It wasn't to the detriment of the study terribly, really, in that we still got there in the end, but what we were never able to achieve until we got to the case study phase was that real engagement and getting out into services and meeting face to face with practitioners and with survivors in the way that had been intended. But we kind of got there. And then the bumpy road illustration is really just to say that it's not so much intended to be bumpy, it's intended to be a journey. A lot of the people working on the study, the kind of the researchers on the study, when it got near the end, went on to other things. And I think that's quite important to say, because studies are fixed term and they tend to employ people for a fixed term. And there's then grants, and the funding that's around grants means that people move on to other things. And so there's this matter of being quite short term, and it's something we talk about in higher education a lot, short-term contracts, and just how problematic that is. And when it comes to sharing the findings of the study, I think the short-termism of funding within the VSS sector is problematic. And so there's parallels between the two, I think. But we managed, otherwise I wouldn't be here today. So I just wanted to start off by sharing with you some of the data from the interviews, and I've just got one slide to talk about here, because I think it's important to share with you the actual voices of the participants who took part. And the image of the building on the rock face is really just to begin to think about something that cropped up time and time again, and that was of precarity and the precarious nature of funding and the precarious nature of commissioning associated with that. So when it came to the interviews, one of the survivors told us that the specialist services are so important and they're so key, and they deserve any investment they can get because they can help to change people's lives. It sounds dramatic, but they can. And we spoke to lots, but there are 3 commissioner quotes here as well I'd like to share with you. When you're working with groups that haven't normally worked with us, it takes a long time to build up trust and to build up awareness, and then actually the project ends. Another practitioner. The relationship with commissioners is absolutely key, and being listened to and being seen as an expert. We heard so much about the expertise and the institutional and organisational memory, which is again a pretty unique factor really within the sector. And then the other practitioner said, we have survivors that work here at all different levels, from the management to the trustees to staff. I think there is something about having that shared knowledge. So the shared knowledge and the shared expertise is something that you probably take for granted. But what we can do with the Prosper study is actually, and we have done, is to illustrate that and provide evidence of just how important it is and how powerful those voices can be. And then finally, from one of the commissioners, there has to be, to my mind, a reduction in variation, because you can't keep commissioning small amounts of niche services that add up to a totality, because actually they've also got requirements with public money to deliver services to everyone. So now I'm going to move on to the survey, and I have got some tables to show you here. Actually, it's come out quite pale. I'm sorry if you can't read it, but basically I put this up to show you the distribution of the survey. Like I say, it was conducted in England, and we surveyed. We had responses from 12 SARCs, 54 VSS providers, and 34 commissioners, so quite a broad response. One of the limitations of considering the survey data and what they might mean is the representation, really. Most of the respondents identified as female, white, and between the age of 31 to 50. I think the age range is not particularly surprising, given that we were surveying a working population, but nevertheless there are limitations in the other characteristics. And I've just chose to put this slide up, particularly the table, was because what it illustrates is the relative experience of this particular cohort of respondees, which gives us some faith in what they had to tell us about what was happening within commissioning and funding from their different perspectives. And so the majority of the participants had been in their current post or had been in the sector for somewhere between 1 to 10 years, which is, quite a reasonable time to be thinking of. This I thought you might be interested in, just because it gave an impression from this particular sample of where funding comes from. And it will probably not be a surprise to you to know that the top funders are through fundraising. I know that's a big part of being a VSS service, and charitable trusts. And then you go down through the kind of lesser funded sources of funding. I think this is a really telling slide, or a telling table as regards some of the enablers and the barriers to effective working with commissioners. And this is from the viewpoint of people in the sector, so of practitioners. And I just kind of think about how much this resonates with people in the room. But on the left-hand side are the kind of facilitators, so the aspects that are positive. Doesn't mean to say they always happen, but this is what it will work well, or this is what works well. And they are not surprising, but again, they are really important. They're really important findings to illustrate in order to influence what happens with funding and commissioning. It's really important to have commissioners who understand the sexual violence agenda, and also to understand the voluntary sector. That's another important response, which is a little further down. It's important to have contact or some kind of point of contact with commissioners, and good relationships between them, and also to have a really good communication is crucial as well, according to these practitioners. You think that what would be the barriers would be the flip side of those, and they are, to some degree. But what was revealed to us in terms of the barriers was also other aspects around the time-intensive nature of funding and contracts and unrealistic deadlines, etc. So they were somewhat different. But again, important to point out to those who will listen, basically. And just to give an illustration of the perceptions of changes over the last 5 years and what that has looked like. And these are from a positive point of view. So here we were asking respondents, these were not just practitioner responses, these were from others, the commissioners and funders as well. That there have been attempts to diversify funding so that there's not that over-reliance just on one funder all the time, and that there have been greater attempts at securing charity and grant funding and opportunities for partnerships. Now this is quite an important one because this came up quite a lot about how beneficial it is often for organisations to form partnerships and for that to impact on funding and the chances of funding. I'll say a little bit more about that. And opportunities for relationships, new relationships with commissioners. And the perceived negative aspects and the changes in the last 5 years, and this particularly emphasised what was happening and the impacts on practice from a practitioner perspective. That staff stress that is impacted very much by funding and short-term funding and that kind of precarious nature of funding is top. And I don't think that can be underestimated as regards what that means for attrition from organisations, what it means for loss of organisational, institutional memory, what it means for the loss of expertise that I've just talked about. Something has to happen to change that. That there is a use of short-term staff positions to try to address the attrition that's happening. And then the impact that has, because of the kind of stress that is sometimes palpable and pervades an organisation, what that might have on victim-survivor stress, not intentionally, but just because of the kind of more pervasive impacts. Etc., and underinvestment and job cuts. These are all really, really serious issues. So before I move on to talking about what we did with the case study work, I would just like to just reflect on some of the key issues then that we identified and that we have reported on within our papers, but also with this report. What we know from the survey and from the earlier interviews, but this is from the survey specifically, that providers are competing for the same funds, that there is actually quite substantial unmet needs or a perceived unmet need of many survivors, that the perception was that, and perception is that service users with complex trauma and really practitioners were worried about not meeting those complex needs, and that there are underrepresented groups, as there are with many services. But our survey identified that LGBTQ people, people of colour, black people, were underrepresented, and services for men and for boys. And that there's a need for greater efficiency, partnerships that we talked about before, and to address the staffing problems within the sector brought about by largely by short-term funding. So just moving on to look at the case study then, because this is the kind of final bit before I draw it all together. We looked at 4 different sites in England that were chosen either because of our networks into them, because when you're undertaking something as complex and as deep as case study work, you have to have some really robust routes in to the people who you want to learn from. But we also chose them for their difference as regards organisation. So our case study number 1 was a formal partnership between 3 different services, sexual violence services. Case study site 2 was one main VSS service with a pay-to-access service as like a sister service, if you like. And the green, the case study number 3, was one main service with 2 smaller services that were focusing more on offering therapeutic services. And then case study 4, also like number 1, like the orangey yellow, was also 3 VSS services, but they were not formally linked. They were just taking part in the same location at the same time, working in partnership, but not formally. And then, just so you can understand what I say next, or where the words of participants fall into as regards who took part. Suffice to say that there were 76 people in total across different participant groups. You don't really need to know who they all are. All I'd like to really point out is that there were a lot of victim survivors took part in this part of the study, along with the practitioners and the funders and commissioners. And I think that's important to say, because this is really, the case study work was the pivotal point for hearing those survivor voices. So, again, I'd like to read out some illustrations. This is just to kind of to illustrate the structure of services. And one participant, I don't think I've got the quote here, but was just saying that it's like being on a hamster wheel. This constant cycle of repeated funding, and it's just really troublesome. So one of the people who took part, a victim survivor, said, "I'd say to some degree it saved my life getting help from them." And then 2 of the practitioners said, "I'm just like, when that project runs out, what about these people, the people you're offering services to? I think it's really unsettling. It's more than unsettling. I can't express enough how terrifying it is each year or each couple of years when we know funding is running out or it's ending, about how we can sustain the service." So there's this real anxiety that I think many of you will appreciate. And then the final one is the commissioner, who said, well, at least if the sector know that they can have 2 or they can have 3 years worth of funding, it gets into the system, and it's that stability then for staff and for the actual support as well. It would be so much better. So there you have the kind of refreshing viewpoint of a commissioner who's really identifying with what's happening, and acknowledging that something needs to be done about that. So our probably whiz somewhat through these, but the key messages and recommendations from that were then that there really needs to be more effective investment in and promotion of VSS services, and the referral pathways between services must be clearer. Although I haven't read any of the quotes, a lot of victim survivors talked about the jigsaw of different services and how actually sometimes it's really quite difficult to negotiate or to navigate, and thinking that we were in the context of COVID, I think probably impacted that to some degree. And it's the last 2 that I think are the ones that I would emphasise and put in bold if I could. Well, I can, but I didn't. Long-term sustainable funding is at the crux of what needs to happen, and that the commissioning really needs to be improved. I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to fast forward to another kind of infographic representation of the study findings that then very much inform our recommendations that I'm not going to labour today. But what you'll probably see in these 7 domains are what hopefully you will see the content of these reflective of what I've just said. So we're focused on saying something about funding. Of course we would. The study was about funding and commissioning. It's precarious. It's competitive. It's characterised by short-term investment. And there is diverse funding sources from across the sector that could be rationalised. Practitioners particularly felt that there was substantial unmet need, whereas a lot of what we heard from victim survivors was that their needs had been absolutely met and had been life-saving. And again, I think that that's something that would not surprise you, but nevertheless we can do well to report on in the context of this study. And then there's something about the length of waiting list that we heard about, the unmet needs. From a client point of view, what we wanted to say was something about the reference to that jigsaw of services again, that can be really confusing. And there's something about that complexity and the complex trauma that you will be familiar with, but that perhaps has not been fully captured in terms of empirical research relating to funding and commissioning and the impact or the relationship between them. And the need to better represent or better include underrepresented groups. We're going to recommend something about a movement towards the pooling of commissioner budgets, about the advantages of good, robust partnerships, because we heard quite a lot about those. Staffing is, as I've already mentioned, something that we really want to emphasise and that came out really strongly as some key Prosper findings. I've already, I think, illustrated how problematic that is. And then feeding into the support that is offered, which, as I've already said, victim survivors regard as being absolutely pivotal to their recovery, to their survival, and to their well-being. And then that feeds back into the whole cycle, so it's not seen as a beginning and then an end, but more of a cyclical impact. So last couple of slides now, because I know that we're really running behind time, but perhaps we can chat over coffee, was to say about the credibility of our findings from this Prosper study. You know, how can we believe them, and how do we convince those who are reading them, policymakers, commissioners themselves, etc. Can they be believed, and where is the robustness of them? Well, we use different forms of inquiry, as I've already advised or shared with you. So, I mean, from a data point of view, from a purely science point of view, we've probably covered quite a lot of ground. But over and above that, the reason why they've got a lot of credibility and value is in the fact that we worked very closely with victim survivors and with key organisations. And what I failed to say at the beginning, although I did have it on the logo, was that Faye Maxted is herself one of the co applicants on this grant. So she was involved with the development of it and the leadership within it, and indeed the dissemination. So I think that that's absolutely pivotal. And we've also worked very closely with the Ministry of Justice, with Rape Crisis, and have held workshops to begin the conversation, really, while we're waiting for this, while we're waiting for the final report. That's about this thick, by the way. And hopefully then things will really take off in terms of getting the message more widely distributed. And the co-production element is the one that I'm going to leave you with, if you will indulge me. The artists who work with us produced the infographics that I've already shared, but then she did some discrete and really important work with our 5 individual co-researchers. And this probably is the richest element for me of the Prosper study, was the way that the 5 people came to work with us to help us to research. They were involved with the survey, with the interviews, they conducted the interviews, they analysed them, they've presented, they've wrote up the whole chapter of our report from their perspective. So I like to think that it wasn't just a token to have some representation from people with lived experience. It was really a significant attempt of us as researchers in an academic institution to engage with partners and to engage with our co-researchers, and we learned such a lot. So, for example, they were able to identify some of the nuanced understandings around sexual violence. The members of the team who do not have lived experience of sexual violence will not appreciate. And so what this slide shows is that the 5 co-researchers were invited to work with an artist. One artist produced this representation, but another artist came and worked with them in different media to make their own pictures. Not so much of their own survival journey, although that was in there, but more about what it was like to come and work on the Prosper study, what it was like to be a co-researcher, and they really captured that. And the illustration on the right-hand side of the blank orange piece of paper was really what that one co-researcher put as a representation, because she said she didn't know how to draw a picture of her experiences, and that she would have produced a blank piece of paper, a white piece of paper, but she felt that orange was a better colour to represent her because she's quite a vibrant character. And she also then made a comment about the fact that she was the only black person in this as the co-researchers, and so she really pointed out something really important about representation and how we can really do better, I would say. And then finally, I think actually on the left-hand side is another important element about the co-researchers, where they wanted to say something about their own identities. And one of the things they challenged us on as an academic team was not to see them as one-dimensional. You know, they were there on the study because they were survivors of sexual violence, but that was not what they want. They said, please see us in 3D, or from multiple perspectives, and don't essentialise our experiences, because we are more than that. And so that was important. We've produced that in another slide as well, with our lovely pictures. So the report is, like I say, out by the end of the year. I'm sure we'll have some communications through the Survivors Trust and our other partners, so that you can share aspects of the report or use them in whatever way might be helpful, because I really am hoping that they will be helpful and produce and provide the evidence that we need to point out the great things that are happening, but what needs to be improved from a funding and commissioning perspective. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I'm sorry we haven't got time for questions, but if you don't mind people grabbing you in the break to chat about it, yeah, that would be grand. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is joining us from Hamburg in Germany. I'm sure you know Hamburg's in Germany. He is a member of the German Survivors Council. And for those who don't know, the Survivors Council is embedded as a permanent advisory structure in Germany. Faye met Nicholas a few years ago, I think, and recognised how important this council was, and maybe something we could learn from in the UK. So Nicholas is very kindly joining us to talk a bit about the council and how it works and what impact it has over there as well. Hi, Nicholas. Hi, can you hear us all right? Hi, thank you very much. So I've just explained a bit about what you do, and you're going to tell us all about the advisory council, aren't you?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to you then, Nicholas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just get my notes and then I'll start. Just 1 second. Okay. So, thank you very much. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present the work of the German Survivors Council today. I'm absolutely honored and to be here with you, if not in person, but in spirit. My name is Nicholas Haaf. I am a survivor of child sexual abuse perpetrated by a woman. My journey of recovery started 20 years ago, and I think it will continue until my very last day on this planet. I did a lot of trauma therapy, and I'm quite experienced with support groups for male survivors in person as well as online. Moreover, I'm a guitar teacher. I'm a freelance guitar teacher here in Hamburg, and I run a small business. And building a business is a very profound experience of empowerment for me. So, since 2022, I am a member of the Survivors Council, which is a political advisory body to the German government. My little talk today will include a brief history of the German political development, which led to the fact that survivors of sexual violence in childhood and adolescence have a voice in the German administration. I will then explain the political structure and the work we do as members of the Survivors Council. Historical background. Germany's Jimmy Savile moment was the so-called abuse scandal in 2010 when former students of a Catholic school disclosed what was done to them. And for the very first time, a German government decided to take action, which, amongst other measures, included the establishment of an independent commissioner. In the wake of this development, Christine Bergmann, the former Minister for Family Affairs, was asked to be the first independent commissioner, followed by Johannes Wilhelm Röhrig in 2011, who played a key role in building up the political infrastructure during his tenure from 2011 to 2022. It was Mr. Röhrig's decision in 2015 to establish an advisory body comprising experts with lived experience, namely us survivors, in German, der Betroffenenrat, the Survivors Council. The following year, in 2016, the German independent inquiry was introduced. The primary idea of the independent commissioner and the Survivors Council was temporary, but in 2018, the German government decided to establish both bodies as permanent. At the moment, the German government is about to enact a law, the Independent Commissioner Law, which would give the independent commissioner and the Survivors Council, as well as the independent inquiry, a formal status enshrined in a law. This law hopefully comes into force in 2022. The law requires the German parliament to receive a report on the scale and scope of child sexual abuse in Germany every legislative period, and this report will be presented by the independent commissioner to the German parliament. The data collection for this report will be facilitated by a Center for Prevalence of Child Sexual Abuse, which is also in the making. The current independent commissioner is Kerstin Klaus, a former colleague of mine from the Survivors Council. Kerstin Klaus is the first survivor incumbent to this post, which underscores the importance of lived experience on a state level. Political structure. The Survivors Council is a political advisory body to the independent commissioner, but it is not limited to that. I'll come to that later. We, the Survivors Council, normally meet in person every 2 months for a 2-day gathering in Berlin to discuss topics that emerge from the independent commissioner's daily work, but also our own ideas, projects, and suggestions for improvement. In order to have a broad perspective on child sexual abuse, we were chosen not only by our expertise, but also by our backgrounds. The Survivors Council comprises men and women from all over Germany and from different backgrounds of sexual violence. That is, child sexual abuse in both the Catholic and Protestant Church, child sexual abuse in families, ritual abuse, and organized crime. We were chosen through an application process and a job interview by the then independent commissioner and a jury comprising members of staff of the independent commissioner, 2 elected survivors, and a member of the Ministry of Family Affairs. The appointment itself for the Survivors Council was executed by the then Minister of Family Affairs, Mrs. Franziska Giffey. The Survivors Council work. What exactly is it that we do at the Survivors Council? First of all, the Survivors Council is organized in different working groups, such as a working group child sexual abuse in families, a working group criminal law, and one working group research, amongst others. This leads to the advisory function of the Survivors Council, not only to the independent commissioner, but also to many other realms, including advice for ministers and ministries on a state level, but also advice for federal parliamentary committees and advice for guidelines in science. Giving advice does not mean that we have the attitude, at least we are allowed in. No, it is an attitude with a lot of criticism towards the system. And I vividly remember the reaction of one of my colleagues who joined a panel at the National Conference Against Sexual Violence Towards Children and Adolescents last June in Berlin. And my colleague was sitting next to someone from social services from one of Germany's biggest cities, and who said they were quite satisfied with the work that they were doing. And my colleague reacted with on stage with scathing criticism. Another important aspect of our work is being present in the media, be it print media, TV, or on social media. In the past 4 years of our membership, I saw a lot of interviews of my colleagues and activities on Twitter and Instagram. The latter is coordinated by the independent commissioner's staff. We also give advice when it comes to the yearly awareness campaign in preparation of the 18th of November, the EU Day to protect children from sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. Moreover, we were asked for our advice during the political process to enact the independent commissioner law. One last important aspect of our work is that we demand structural participation of survivors, real participation and not some kind of fig leaf participation, in the sense of at least we have some token survivors which look good for PR. Real participation includes survivors into political and scientific decision-making. It is also important to note that we do not provide individual support such as counseling. Neither do we support requests from universities to endorse projects in research. Conclusion. In 2025, we will celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Survivors Council. One of the biggest achievements, in my opinion, is that the Survivors Council is recognized as an advisory body you really need to take seriously, which included an invitation by the Bundespräsident, the federal president of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. I think one important reason is that the members of the Survivors Council are not only seen as people with lived experience, but also as people with profound professional expertise. This includes members who work with survivors themselves and members who are trained political scientists, therapists, or managers in local or federal administrations. The Survivors Council has become a template and an inspiration for the Survivors Council in Canada, and on a federal level in Germany for the two Survivors Councils in the federal states, Rhineland-Palatinate and Thuringia. I just want to add two personal things at the end of my little talk. I am familiar with three reports by the British Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, the Westminster Report, the Independent the Internet Investigation Report, sorry, and the final report. And for me, these reports were trailblazing. And I really would love to see a Survivors Council in the UK advising the British government how to implement the recommendations made in these reports. Secondly, and this is really personal, today's talk is an honor for me because male survivors from the UK saved my life in 2019 when I joined a workshop for male survivors facilitated by the two American therapists, Mike Liu and Tom Harrigan, which was an exponential boost out of for my recovery out of depression and gave me hope and perspective. Today, it's a bit of giving back, if you like. And thank you so much for listening and the work you do.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. I hope you could hear all the applause you got there. Really appreciate you joining.
Yes, actually,
good,
yes.
Good. Thank you so much. It's such a shame you can't be here because I'm sure we'd all be grabbing you with loads of questions as well about your experience. It's really good to hear about. So 10 years of the Survival Council in Germany. We haven't even got a minister in the UK. So I think we've got a lot of catching up to do with you in those terms. But thank you very much again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so we are behind schedule, but not quite as bad as we were. If we can cut the coffee break down to kind of 10 minutes, 12 minutes. If you can grab a drink, go to the toilet, etc., and then straight into your workshops. And then back here for 12 after your workshops. Anyone who needs to know where they're going, just ask us. We've got the lists. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Professor Jay now. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you, Lucy, for your introduction and also for inviting me to address the conference. What Lucy didn't mention, as is obvious, that I'm not there in person, but I am on holiday in France. So that might explain some of the background and the fact that I don't have a lectern here, and indeed for any background noises like barking that you might hear in the course of my brief input. I am aware I'm speaking to an audience comprised of people knowledgeable about child sexual abuse and, of course, sexual violence, but also about the work of the public inquiry. And there may be a little repetition from what Lucy's already said, but I, of course, am aware, whether you're from a relevant professional background or from lived experience, I must reiterate at the start that almost without exception, every account of sexual violence or exploitation experienced as a child tells of a life fundamentally altered and affected by the abuse. So in this short talk, I want to provide a brief update from my perspective as chair of the inquiry on the last 2 years since the publication of the Independent Inquiry's final report on October the 20th, 2022, an unfortunate date for us because on that very morning, Liz Truss resigned and somewhat stole some of the media coverage that would have been very helpful. I'll then go on to talk a bit about the criminal exploitation of children and its overlap with sexual exploitation of children. In the debate in both the Commons and the Lords, which quickly followed the publication of the final report, all political parties welcomed the report and urged implementation of its recommendations without delay. But it feels as if all of us who have any kind of interest in the inquiry's outcomes have been, as Lucy said, marking time. There has been considerable media focus on public inquiries in the last few weeks, with the publication of the Grenfell report and the initial COVID report. And indeed, this week, the House of Lords published its own report on statutory inquiries. The creation and work of a statutory public inquiry is based on the Inquiries Act 2005. The most frequently cited criticisms of the present arrangements are that they take too long and are too costly. But for me and many others involved, the lack of provision for follow-up to recommendations made by public inquiries is the major weakness of the present process. In the case of my inquiry, not only did it mean no structured accountability, but the expectations of victims, survivors, and so many others who have been involved had been raised by the nature of the recommendations made and also by the initial positive government response from the then Home Secretary, who was Grant Shapps, who spoke to this in the House of Commons. The government's formal response was then published in May 2023 and was, in my opinion, inadequate and at times disingenuous. Myself and my colleague panel members, Drusilla Sharpling, Ivor Frank, and Sir Malcolm Evans, then wrote to the Times newspaper at the end of May and said as much. And I quote from the published letter: "The inquiry lasted 7 years, in the course of which it published 52 reports and made over 100 recommendations in total. These were based on exhaustive investigations, research, consultation, and formal evidence taking under oath from victims, experts, and a wide range of organisations and institutions. By its response, the government seems to have failed to understand the recommendations either in substance or significance. Some are deemed to be accepted when in reality they clearly are not. The wording applied to most of these recommendations was, we accept the need for whatever it was, whilst others are conditional on yet more research, review, or consultation. To none is a timeline attached or a committed action plan. And we fear that for the sake of other political priorities, action will be deferred indefinitely. Whilst the government is free to reject or partially accept the recommendations of a statutory public inquiry, what it ought not to be free to do is to purport to accept them through what is little more than a very weak and at times apparently disingenuous official response. As a result, the hopes and expectations of victims and survivors will be dashed yet again, and the scourge of child sexual abuse will continue to increase unabated. Thereafter, the publication of that letter, there was a long silence on implementation, broken only by a watered-down version of the mandatory reporting recommendation we had made, but which was lost in the abandoned Criminal Justice Bill prior to the general election. But in my inquiry, we had already taken our own steps to increase public accountability for recommendations made. As we had determined to publish individual reports, including recommendations, as we proceeded with the public hearings, I took the decision that we should follow up recommendations made in each report. And this involved making contact with the both state and non-state organisations we required to implement recommendations. We did this every 6 months to report on progress, which we considered a reasonable time to have taken some form of action. This was then publicly reported on the inquiry website. This meant there was some degree of accountability during the inquiry's lifetime. And we also published a progress report on the final position as at December 2022. The final 20th report made 20 recommendations, some of which were repeated from earlier reports, 6 of them, which we had concluded, where we concluded that the responses to these recommendations were inadequate. And one of the 20 was outrightly rejected, and that concerned the use of pain compliance techniques in certain custodial institutions where children were accommodated. Up until the final report, we had made 87 recommendations, and with a further 20, as I have said. And we continued to monitor these, as I say, in the inquiry's website, but by far the majority of those 87 had been met by this means. But of course, that could not continue beyond March 2023, as that was the time that the inquiry formally ended. The House of Lords report this week commended my inquiry in its regular reporting and publications, which directed recommendations to the specific state and non-state institutions, as we worked through our 15 separate investigations, but had a different option regarding implementation monitoring, which was to set up a new independent committee of Parliament, which should conduct oversight of public inquiries and monitor the government response and hold the government to account to ensure the inquiry recommendations it has accepted are actually implemented. This recommendation merits consideration, but of course, a House of Lords report of this type does have no enforcement powers and can as easily be ignored. It also commended the Truth Project as a model of good practice, and I'm aware that Lucy will be speaking about this later in the programme. I'll come back to a little more of an update later, but I want now to move on to the criminal exploitation of children. And just to mention that the charity Action for Children asked me to lead a review of this issue last year. The criminal exploitation of children is a form of child abuse. And it very often occurs alongside the sexual abuse of children, and increasing numbers of children are exploited or abused in multiple ways. Action for Children has a long track record of working in this area, which is difficult and sometimes dangerous work. I want to tell you briefly about child criminal exploitation, and then say something about the relationship to child sexual exploitation. As I've said, it's a complex type of child abuse where a young person is manipulated or pressured to take part in criminal activity, usually by adults already involved in serious and organised crime. And it takes a range of forms, dealing and transporting drugs and sometimes weapons, including guns, across the UK, Ireland, and even abroad. Some of you will know a lot about this already because it's often described and referred to as county lines. It can also take the form of growing cannabis and theft and burglary to order and street crime such as begging and pickpocketing to order. It's often accompanied by multiple types of abuse, including violence, threats to family, emotional and sexual abuse. And the grooming process of children and young people into being criminally exploited is very similar to the process of grooming of children into sexual exploitation. I see many parallels with CSE and my previous work. It's over 10 years, in fact, since my Rotherham report was published, and the similarities are many. Grooming children, gaining their trust, giving them presents, money and friendship, and then trapping them into harmful activity through drugs and alcohol, and keeping them there through coercive control, and often with violent means and threats to family. And of course, targeting those who are seen as more vulnerable, such as children in residential or foster care, or those with disabilities, and those who may be living in poverty. We also know of criminal gangs who, in the grooming process, will situate themselves in parked cars around areas of known deprivation, often in cities. And they identify any children that show any signs of being vulnerable and target them as suitable candidates to groom. I also want to say something about the risk factors involved. Again, there are many similarities here. Previous contact with the youth justice system, being a child in need of or care experienced, poor mental health, special educational needs or disabilities and neurodivergence, alcohol or substance misuse, adverse childhood experiences of many kinds. As I've said, possibly living in poverty or homelessness, exclusion from mainstream education, unsettled immigration status in the UK, and here there are links to the whole modern slavery agenda, and perceived sense of status, belonging or protection being present. And to note, Black and minority ethnic children are overrepresented. So what are the signs of grooming? Sudden changes in friendship groups, regularly going missing. Again, features, many of these are features of child sexual exploitation. Problems in school, unexplained money, unexplained gifts, such as new trainers, unexplained injuries, change of physical appearance, including type of clothes they wear, changes in language, including the use of slang or code words for drugs or sex, experimenting with drugs or alcohol, unsafe use of the internet or spending a lot of time online, being picked up in cars driven by adults whom they don't know, either in whatever setting or the parents don't know, being in a relationship with someone who is much older than them. And not all will always mean, of course, of these aspects or signs of grooming that a child is being exploited. So how big a threat is this to young people? Compared to child sexual abuse, it is impossible to compare, but the threat is very significant. And like CSA, all experts agree it is underestimated in official figures, partly because there is no agreed definition on what it is to be counted, and as partly because it is inevitably hidden from sight. But the information from the agencies concerned shows a growing demand for services and support, and much increased waiting lists. What does the government need to do? As it stands, the system's too complex, uncoordinated, not child-centred enough, a lot of good individual initiatives, but a patchwork of services and a postcode lottery. It needs a national strategy to pull it all together across the home countries, as the problem has many cross-boundary elements. It also needs a specific offence of criminal exploitation of children to be introduced. As a final kind of reference to this whole area of the criminal exploitation of children, I've frequently been asked in the media about how shocked I was by the accounts in private session that we heard from young people and their parents. And I was. The casual violence was shocking. Not just knives, but guns, machetes, hammers, baseball bats, swords and axes were used, according to the evidence of some of the young people. And not just in gang encounters, or rival gang encounters, I should say, but in punishment if the child failed to comply with instructions. I was saddened by what initially attracted children as young as 11 into this life. Many liked the closeness of being part of a gang or group with a common purpose, apparently having friends for the first time, and having money that stopped them feeling ashamed of not being able to afford the right kind of trainers or jackets, or even stopped them from being hungry. On one occasion, we heard of a child being bought a sandwich, which was enough to draw them into exploitation. Some were pleased to be able to give their mothers money to help out. The parents described their desperation, not knowing where to turn to or who to talk to about what was going on, for fear of the children getting into more trouble. They never knew where their children were or when they would be back, or in some cases, whether they were dead or alive. And some children have actually been murdered in the past year. I believe it amounted to 12 different children, where the links to child criminal exploitation was likely to have been the root cause of murder in these cases. So, I know many of you here will already be familiar with this increasing threat to children and young people. But in child protection terms, it's so important to keep in mind the bigger picture of the trauma and damage being done, often simultaneously, to children and young people. Not just sexual violence, but being drawn into potential life of criminality. And I hope it's been informative. But returning to the implementation issues of the public inquiry, we now await the response of the new government. I have met the Minister for Safeguarding as part of the Survivors Trust Act on ICSA initiative and heard encouraging statements. But of course, action and timescales is what we all want to see. And I look forward to hearing the Minister's video message to us at the conference. Finally, I want to thank all of the individuals and organisations who have campaigned for the inquiry's recommendations to be implemented. But even more may be asked of you. It was and will continue to be necessary to keep all of these issues of sexual violence and criminality towards children and adults in the public domain until relevant state and non-state institutions change and societal cultures change to make their safety and protection an absolute priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jay. It's so insightful, and I always think when we know that you're the expert in an area and then you come up with even more in a different area, it's absolutely incredible to hear from you. Thank you so much. We have a few minutes for questions for Professor Jay now, if anybody has any, which is another rare and exciting opportunity. So, she is still there. There she is. So if anybody would like to, if you put your hand up, we've got a roving mic. And can I have a TST team member to run round, please? Thanks, Helen. Or comments at all? Over there, yeah.
Is that on?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to say, having been there at the beginning when the inquiry had a difficult start and we went through a number of chairs, I wanted to say thank you for myself and hopefully on behalf of some others, that actually it was amazing that actually you held steady and actually took over the role of chair, which was quite poisoned at that point, and that you have continued to show such commitment and dedication to the cause of the endurance of children, the things that have happened to them, but also the silence that surrounds the reports as well. So it's not a question, it's, I suppose, other than to say, how did you manage to do that, to stay steady in face of such opposition from the media, from the government, and also from survivors at the time?
Thank you very much for your kind words. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. I'm sorry I can't see your face, but but thank you very much indeed for what you've said. And it was a very accurate summation of the difficult start. And it's always good when to hear that people understood what was involved in all of that. I have often thought about the actual question you posed about how did you survive it, I think it amounted to. But I honestly believed that it was my public duty to do it. And I know that sounds pious, but it was the case that I at that point would have been the fourth chair, the second of the statutory inquiry, and there had been two previous chairs of the non-statutory inquiry. And my strong sense was that the inquiry could not go out to the market, as it were, to find another chair, that it needed to be one of us. It's actually one of the problems with the 2005 Act, that it's very unclear as to how we go about replacing a chair. And some chairs of public inquiries have simply had to retire because of illness or whatever. But nevertheless, it was a very difficult time. I was supported by some excellent people, including the panel and some who are present with you today. And I was determined that we just needed to get a plan and get everything in order. And the only way we could overcome this was by doing it. So that would be the strong message. Get on with it. Prove that this can be done. It's far too important. It was and is far too important to be consigned to the sidelines, as it has sometimes felt when the work of the inquiry was done, and we are still waiting for implementation. But thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Hi, Professor Jay, it's Chris here. I had a long chat with John last night about how we can, as organisations, ask the government to act and respond to the lack of implementation of the ICSA recommendations. So what advice would you have to all of the organisations in the room to come together in order to drive forwards on this and to act on ICSA? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I think people need to hear it from you rather than me.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your question. I think I'm not sure I have many more answers to it than the people in the room with you. but there is the opportunity with a new government to hear from them and to continue, I'm afraid, campaigning to see, in case they might have missed it, this issue is too serious. We cannot let it go. We've heard some of the support, of course, already in relation to violence against women and girls. But I'm afraid we all need to work together, take collective action where possible, and use every opportunity with a range of elected members to influence them. The inquiry doesn't have any resources any longer. Of course, it doesn't exist. And those of us who've remained involved are very grateful to organisations who've taken on the role of supporting us, such as the Survivors Trust. And I don't have any clear answers other than that we have to find our way into the media in a serious and responsible way and convey what has and has not happened. And as I've said, very little has happened about the recommendations. In fact, almost nothing. So we have an opportunity here and we just have to seize it as best we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jay. just want to make the point as well, we talk a lot about ICSA and act on ICSA, and we're under no illusions that in doing so this is going to completely reform or end child protection, as we said, child sexual abuse or adult sexual violence. But it is a huge step in the right direction, and we need to see that our politicians are committed to doing that. I think all of our biggest fear is that in 20 years' time, the generation behind us are having to have an inquiry as to how we got it so wrong, when we already know the answers. But there's a lot going around at the moment about violence against women and girls or child sexual exploitation. This is a big umbrella, as we know. We need to end all sexual violence and the effect it has on everybody, and I think this is just one element of that, and we're really excited to be working on it all together. We also here have Chris Tuck, who you will be hearing from later as well, who was a member of the Victim and Survivor Consultative Panel at ICSA. We also have John O'Brien, who was Secretary to ICSA. So I suggest you go to the networking events and bug them for more questions as to how we're going to do this. Thank you. Professor Jay, we won't take up any more of your time. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you have lovely weather where you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're shortly going to hear from one of our members from the Survivors Forum, Samantha Hunt. Samantha, I don't know where you are. Are you in here? Sorry, I can't see. Oh, yes, brilliant. Hi, sorry. Thank you. Which we're really excited about. As I said, we do lots of forums at the Survivors Trust, and we use them to influence and advise on many of the projects we work on, and so we're really excited and proud of that. And now obviously we can do lots of them in person. So Samantha, I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say in a minute. But as we wrote to you a couple of days ago with some changes, Minister Jess Phillips isn't able to be here today, but she did send us a pre-record, so we will play that for you.
Hello everyone.
Now, there you go.
I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person. I want to express my support for your important work and emphasise the government's commitment to treating sexual violence and violence against women and girls as a national emergency that it is. Firstly, to all of you who dedicate so much of yourselves to supporting victims and survivors. Hello everyone. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person. I want to express my support for your important work and emphasise the government's commitment to treating sexual violence and violence against women and girls as a national emergency that it is. Firstly, to all of you who dedicate so much of yourselves to supporting victims and survivors, thank you. For them, you are quite literally a lifeline. When they feel hopeless, you give them hope. The work you do is demanding and distressing. And as many of you know, I know that firsthand from having done this work myself, and I know how tough it can be. So please remind yourself today of the difference that you are making. In the past year, your members have supported 100,000 survivors through helplines, counselling, support groups and other services, and you are driving the entire sector forward. You have set up 5 new rape centres, trained 200 independent sexual violence advisors, played a major role in campaigning, and now underpin 120 specialist services that survivors are depending on. As Minister for Safeguarding, it is my role to make sure you have everything you need to meet the growing demand for support. The latest crime survey figures estimate that sexual assault has impacted over 1 in 4 women and 1 in 20 men. Demand is growing for support services across the country. Victim Support reported a 3-fold increase in annual referrals for sexual assault cases, from 9,000 to almost 27,000 in just 5 years. This is intolerable. My job is to show you how serious the new government is about change. And I mean real change, not the kind of change that we've always been promised. There has been a lot of talk about tackling sexual violence in recent years, and it would be unfair to say that no action has been taken. Dedicated people across various sectors have worked tirelessly, but change has been too slow. It is almost 2 years since the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse published its report. I have met the chair of the inquiry in my ministerial capacity and will be working with colleagues across government to prioritise the tackling child sexual abuse agenda. And we will go further. The Prime Minister and Home Secretary are totally committed to tackling this national emergency, and our mission is to halve all forms of violence against women and girls in a decade. Meeting this goal will require real change. And by that, I don't just mean those like yourselves who are working on these issues every day. I mean the whole of society. This won't be easy, but we have a real opportunity now to achieve fundamental, systematic change that is needed. Thank you for all your outstanding work, which gives me hope that we can succeed. I wish you an excellent conference.
There's some powerful words there, but it's great to hear that the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister are committed to this. I'm sure it will take a collective effort for all of us to continue to highlight the work that we do and keep that conversation open. So for now, I am absolutely delighted to welcome Sam Hunt to come up and join us. Sam, as I said, is from our Survivors Forum. She's going to talk to you today about her experience. Sam, do you want a roving mic, or are you happy here? Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Sam.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Samantha. I'm not a professional speaker, so if I do waffle or go on a bit, Joyce promised to pull some faces at me. Oh, no, I'm going. I was just going to mention, on my drive here this morning, I was listening to an audio book called Coat Bridge, the Moira Anderson story. And it was about a young girl that she may have died at the hands of a perpetrator who had potentially sexually abused 120 children. And it was back in 1957. And the lady that was telling the story, you know, there was nothing like this. There was no charities, or if there were, they were very unheard of. Families were aware of the abuse that was going off, but it was such a shame to talk about it. It was such an embarrassment that it was kind of swept under the carpet. So if you're wondering why it's really important what you do, I think for Moira Anderson, that little girl in Scotland, that, you know, had there been something like yourselves back then, those children that were abused may have had an avenue to go down, and Moira might not have died. So yeah, I'm Samantha. I'm 52. I guess I'm one of the most fortunate people in the fact that my perpetrator was sent to prison in 2018 for 22 years, and that was my father. My mother should have been with him, really, because she was very compliant in the abuse, but there was nothing to, no sort of evidence to charge her with. Growing up, I think there was a lot of red flags that I was being abused as a child. It wasn't violent, it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't the sort of, if you ask someone who's not been abused, if they think about abuse, they think of someone like a dirty, horrible, violent person that has done it against their will. I was groomed as a child from a very young age and grew up thinking it was actually perfectly normal to be abused. And unfortunately, probably willingly did it because it meant that I could go out, or I could wash my hair, or I could wear a skirt. So, yeah. I tried to report my abuse. I called Childline, and then I got scared, and I rang them back and asked them not to do anything, and they didn't. When I had my first child in 1992, I reported him and he was arrested. There was no charities that I was put in touch with, there was no help, and lots of family members put pressure on me because I was bringing shame to my family, and so I dropped the charges. However, in 2015, I was very supported by my second husband and family to report what my father had done, and I'd like to say I did have a very positive journey through that. Because the police treated me extremely well. I visited one of the many SARC centres. I was appointed an ISFA, and, you know, they supported me all the way through. They supported me in coming and sitting in the first initial interview statement. They were there at the court. They was there through the whole journey. Some of the things that really helped me in that journey was being able to ask questions and repeat myself. And when I say repeat myself, the littlest thing from going to the courtroom and having a look round, I had loads of questions, and I continued to ask those questions over and over again. And my ISFA was great. She must have heard those questions, not just by me 100 times, but throughout her support hundreds and hundreds of times. And just as a point, you know, sometimes it must be really hard to hear what you hear, but just remember that's the first time that person has probably asked you that question. That's the first time they've probably disclosed that. In 2018, I was lucky enough, and I use the word lucky because when I realised the statistics afterwards, I think I am lucky. He was sentenced and he's now in prison for 22 years. And afterwards, I felt like I had to do something. I had to normalise disclosure. I had to make it seem that it was absolutely okay to talk about it. It's not my shame. It's not, I've not done anything wrong. And I wanted to normalise that as the best way I can. And about 2 years ago, I got in touch with the Survivors Trust, and they very kindly said that I could join one of their forums. And the forums meet every couple of months, and at the moment we are supporting the CPS in changes to how victims are approached via letters, videos, etc. And it's an interesting piece of work, because I'm quite shocked actually when we started at some of the words that are used. And so if you ever ask yourself, why am I doing this? Or, you know, those days when you must go home and think, gosh, I've heard so many harrowing things. It's because you're making a change. You're making children like Maura Anderson back in the 1950s be able to have a voice. You're making myself, who in the 1970s and the 1980s, who didn't know where to turn to and who didn't know who to talk to, they had a voice as well. So yeah. I'm not sure what else you would like me to tell you, but I'm very open to questions and quite happy to answer anything. So if you have got any questions for me, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, it's fantastic. I think we're so delighted to have Samantha talking about CPS as well, because obviously, as we know that, we'll be talking about that more over the next few days. It's more than just a sentence right now. I did just want to say as well, if anybody knows anybody or anybody is interested in joining our forums, please do let us know. All you need to do is come and find one of the members of our team and give us your details. We're particularly looking for people at the moment who have gone through the CPS. But for now, has anybody got any questions for Samantha? Down here, thanks. Hello.
Hello, I'm David Greenwood from Sweetowski's.
Hello.
I've worked with lots of survivors over the years, but I'm interested to ask, what do you get out of the forums?
What do I get out of the forums? That's a really good question. The fact that I'm making a change, the fact that potentially another victim who is going through what I went through in 2016 to 2018, he's been given the right information and being delivered that information in a way that's not upsetting or triggering. I had no contact with the CPS during my period, because it took about 2.5 years to go to court. And when I've looked at some of the letters and the way that they deliver the information from the CPS, it would shock me, and I would find it quite triggering actually, some of it. So the fact that the CPS are listening to myself and my other forum members and making those changes means that I've made a difference, and I'm making it easier for one more person to disclose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha, I'm Erica.
Hello, Erica.
Thank you for your presentation. Apart from what you've just said about your work with the CPS and helping you to move forward, what else kind of post-trauma has helped you to move on and develop a new healthy life for yourself?
I've wrote a blog that some charities have used and actually the police have used, and that was about my journey from reporting my father to when he was sentenced. Something I'm really proud of. So I work for a company called Pentagon, and with the charity's support, we've got 15 support ambassadors now within my workplace who are there to signpost and help any victims of abuse. So that's really helped me, and that's given me a sense of purpose that I can make a difference, because sometimes as a survivor of abuse you think, well, what can I do? What can I do? Well, actually you can do something. And even as raising awareness about sexual violence and abuse, domestic abuse, non-recent abuse, now my workplace, and there's about 1,100 people, they've got somewhere to go. So yeah, I get a sense of well-being out of that.
Hi, I'm Chrissy, also here as a survivor. It was amazing to hear your journey. As someone who's also moving into this space in terms of turning pain into power and sort of starting to speak out and kind of the activism around this, how have you found the transition, especially since the kind of court thing's relatively recent? How do you find being in this space? How do you manage it? Do you find it difficult sometimes?
I should say yes, but I don't actually. I don't know if it was because he was sentenced or for the fact that I was believed or the fact that the judge, for me, my mother couldn't be part of the trial and she couldn't be charged, but she was very compliant with my abuse growing up. But the judge picked up on that, and he acknowledged that when he addressed my father, when he sentenced him, by saying, you and your wife. That and the fact that the police, the ISVAs, my family and friends at the time, it was the fact that I was believed. And I think a lot of that had come about after Gary Glitter and Jimmy Savile. And I hate to say the names, but it brought awareness. And so I was believed, and I never had been believed up till then. Because I didn't have a relationship with my parents, older generations would almost criticise me and say, oh, you've only got one mother, you've only got one father, you know, you should have a relationship with them. And I felt like, well, I can't just blurt out and say. So, yeah, I think, no, it doesn't affect me. It actually makes me feel really proud. And I feel when I remember speaking to Joy when I joined, I said, I just want to be able to speak up for people who can't speak up. And I've got a big mouth, so I was going to say another word. I've got a big mouth, and I can shout out and speak for all those people, and also to raise awareness that not all sexual abuse is violent. Mine wasn't violent, and I don't tend to hear about that as often.
No, yeah, absolutely agree.
Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Anybody else? Got one more. Thank you. I've got a question actually, Samantha.
Yes.
If obviously life happens, challenges in life happen. We get divorced, people die. That's what happens to all of us. And I know that as a survivor, that can feel quite triggering. And there's a bit of a, this happens to me. It's worse because of what has experienced. What I've experienced. How do you deal with those elements of life that are challenging, that are there anyway, and maybe potentially the triggers, don't like that word hugely, but the triggers around abuse and how that impacts those things?
I can speak on my own personal situation that I've had to deal with. So unfortunately I lost my son in January this year. He was 30 and he suddenly died. How did I deal with it? Knowing that he was really, really proud of what I was doing and proud of the fact that I spoke out, and he gave me and my other two children, gave me the courage, because, you know, you do have to take into account. One thing I never fully took on board when I was reporting my abuse and everything is the fact that what it has on other people. maybe I was a bit selfish and thinking, oh, this is all about me and how I feel. I never really thought about how it affected my children. A cousin who'd spent time with me as a child in my family home, a next door neighbour whose bedroom was the other side of mine, and that, you know, really traumatised her. But the messages I got and people that spoke to me and told me what a difference I was making made me feel stronger, and probably in a little way helped me deal with Jack's death, in the fact it made me stronger, made me think about positive things I can do, and made me think about when Jack died, how do I turn that into a positive and look at it as, you know, celebrate his life. We didn't have a funeral. We didn't attend a cremation. We had a private one that we didn't know the date or time. It was all about celebrating and being positive about his life. And I do think to some elements what I did by putting my father into prison has given me an inner strength.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you. We're very lucky to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure Sam will be around, obviously, for the whole 2 days. So,
Yes.
and in networking, if you have any more questions,
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you for
Thank
having me.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, I'm really conscious of time. TST people, could you do a sweep of delegates upstairs, please? Thank you. I hope you've had a really good morning so far. I certainly have. There's been some amazing conversations going on. We're getting a bit of a light show. John, are we back on YouTube? Okay, hello YouTubers. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm not going to spend any more time because we're already running late. I do just want to remind you, though, that lunch is only served until 1:15, so you will have over an hour. But if you think, I'll go for a little walk first, don't, because you won't get fed. So after this, you need to go straight up and get your lunch. I think I might have mentioned in the last couple of days how excited we are to have Mark here, so I won't gush anymore. But please do welcome Mark, and if you haven't seen his film, he's going to tell you about it, and you will have the pleasure of viewing it now. Mark, thank you so much. Thank you.
This is unexpectedly nerve-wracking. I prefer being down there, really. Before I say anything else, I just wanted to say this, and I'm sorry to break it to you this way. You are brilliant and incredible and amazing. I wasn't sure what to expect from these couple of days, but they've been inspiring, encouraging, moving, reassuring. At times they've made me a bit sad and a bit angry. But you people are incredible. The work you do is amazing, and I'm so honoured to be asked to be a little part of it, and honoured to have been here today and yesterday with you all. I'm a writer, mainly. I'm an actor, a broadcaster, whatever that means, a comedian, allegedly, a dickhead, if you ask my 16-year-old son, that's what he would call me. A husband, an ambassador. Now I feel like I should be handing out Ferrero Rocher to everyone. You have to be a certain age to get that reference. And I'm a survivor of sexual abuse. Sometimes I'm a victim, depends how I'm feeling. Today I definitely feel like a survivor. I feel like I should give you a little bit of context on my journey here quickly. So we're going to go back to Christmas Day 1976, which was the day I was born. And if you're wondering what it's like to have a birthday on Christmas Day, it's shit. And the main reason for that is I've had now over 4 decades of people handing me a present and saying, that's for your birthday as well. And you look at it and you think, it's not though, is it? It's barely for Christmas, if we're being really honest. I was the youngest of 4, still am, actually. And my family wasn't a terribly happy family, wasn't a terribly happy place to be. There were lots of fights between us all for my entire childhood. The person I was closest to was my eldest sister in the family. She was 12 years older than me. And into our family, when I was about 7 or 8, came this man who was my eldest sister's partner. And he was amazing. He was like no one else I'd ever met before in my life. He came from a slightly different place. It was a bit kind of exotic, much richer family than ours. And he made me feel incredible. I got to go to places I'd never been before, got taken on holiday with him and my sister. I got treats, I got presents. I don't know if this is kind of holding up any red flags to anyone just yet. My life changed so much when he came into our family. I felt for the first time ever that I wasn't sort of overlooked as the youngest one. I felt like I was special and I got to do things and go to places that I'd never had the opportunity to before. I think it's fair to say I idolised him, really idolised him. And then when I was around about the age of 11, he started to sexually abuse me. And like so many of you and the stories I've heard over the last couple of days and the conversations I've had with people, those of us who know what that's like, my world changed forever that first day it happened. It changed as a place I thought I knew. It changed in colour almost. It looked different to me and has looked different ever since, really. I didn't know for a really long time what had happened to me. I didn't understand it. I couldn't put it into words. I didn't know what those words were. I didn't know how to describe it, so I didn't. One of the other reasons that I didn't for a very long time is because I had this feeling that if I said something, it would plant a bomb in the middle of my family that would go off. Just had that feeling. And that is eventually what happened, and I know that I'm not alone in that experience and knowing what that is like. Like many people, it took until I had my own children for me to really realise the enormity of what had happened to me. When I had my own children and saw them and held them, I suddenly stopped minimising what had happened to me. I suddenly stopped explaining it away, making up excuses. I stopped finding ways of somehow making myself complicit in what had happened to me as a child. I found ways to actually realise that what that man had done to me was incredibly wrong. I eventually went to the police. I'd always sort of promised myself that if I found out he'd abused anyone else, that I would go straight to the police, and that is sadly what happened. I found out about 14, 15 years ago now, and I went straight to the police and told them what had happened to me. I'm happy to say that I had really quite a positive experience of working with the police and the criminal justice system. Although I got the feeling that the officers that I worked with an awful lot didn't know that much about what had happened to me or how to talk about it. They were really supportive, and I always felt that they were doing the best that they could. Like other people, and I know not everyone gets to this stage, but my case eventually went to court, and as the main victim, I don't know if that's the right term, I spent 5 hours in the witness stand giving evidence of what had happened to me. This is probably the area that I felt the least prepared for, and I know that won't come as a surprise to many of you. I'd sort of prepared myself for the fact that I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I knew it was going to be robust. I knew they were going to ask me questions, and it was going to be probing, and it was going to be detailed. What I hadn't realised, and what nobody told me, was that it was going to be an attack. It was going to feel abusive again. From the very first question the defence barrister asked me, I kind of got an inkling of the way it was going to go. And that question was, actually it wasn't a question, it was more of a statement. It was, "You're the creative one, aren't you?" And I remember thinking, where? Well, I mean, I'd said what I did for a living. You know, I write, I make up stories, I'm creative, I use ideas. I said, yeah, I suppose. She said, yeah, you're good at telling stories. You're good at, creating things, imagining things. And I realised in that moment where it was going to go. There was a moment, well, there's more than one actually, towards the end of the trial when the barrister said something so ridiculous. I've included it in the sitcom you're about to watch. It was so ridiculous. At the end, after those 5 hours, having stood up and kind of got through it, as soon as I walked out of that courtroom down the back stairs towards the room that I was sort of being kept in, I collapsed on the stairs there and couldn't move for I don't know how long it was. He went to prison. He was found guilty. He went to prison for a shockingly short amount of time, and I've heard so many times over the last couple of days, similar stories, similar experiences. But I was pleased that he'd gone to prison. I was pleased that he'd been found guilty, and I was pleased that he was put on the sex offenders register. It felt like I'd been listened to and something had happened because of it. I've had all of the therapy. I've had so much therapy, I'm amazed there's any left. I've talked to people. I've done some EFT, actually. I've done some EMDR. I did some TRE. Don't know if you've heard of that. It's when you shake, and that's amazing. Last year, I even went to the Netherlands and took part in a therapeutic psilocybin session, which was... I can't even describe how incredible that was here. I've been numb. I've been angry. I've been sad, confused. I've had and have depression and anxiety. I was diagnosed with PTSD. I've been a mess. I've had breakdowns. But after all of that, I realised I needed to do something different. I needed to do something that worked for me. And that was making something, writing something. I started out my career in TV about 15 years ago, making a comedy series for Channel 4, and then I went on to writing drama after that. But comedy, without sounding like a total wanker, is my first language. And it's the place where I feel the most comfortable. Making light of things, dragging things that are dark and horrible out into the light, where you can see them for what they are, and you can find the funny if there is some, and if that works for you. That's what works for me. So I started talking to Channel 4 about making a documentary about the sexual abuse I suffered. And conversations in TV can sometimes take years, decades even. About 4 years ago we started talking about it, and then about 18 months ago the Commissioner of Specialist Factual Programming called me and the producers in, and she said, "We really want to make this documentary with you, Mark." It was going to be a very straight documentary, very kind of serious, sober documentary. She said, "The problem is, here at Channel 4, they only know you for comedy." And I did something that I do far too often. I made a flippant remark to try and get a cheap laugh. And I said, "Yeah, I suppose what I should really make is something called My Sexual Abuse, the sitcom." And I laughed and looked at the producers, and they were sort of chuckling uncomfortably. And the commissioner was just staring at me. And she said, yes, let's do that. And then I left that room with the producers, and as we walked away from the Channel 4 building, we all looked at each other and said, "What the fuck is that, though? And how do you do that?" So we set ourselves a slightly daunting task, but that is what we've made. We made a 1-hour documentary that follows me as I explore what happened to me. I speak to people from my past, from when I was growing up. I speak to people in my life now. There's a big section where I talk to my wife. There were some things revealed in that conversation that we'd never spoken about before. But it also follows me on my journey to attempt to make a sitcom with a live studio audience about being sexually abused. Now, before we watch that, and we are going to watch the sitcom, I just want to make something really clear. I am not laughing at, and I'm not asking you to laugh at, sexual abuse. That's not why I made this. That's not what I set out to do. What I'm asking people to do is, with me, to laugh at those things that people do to look the other way. At all the sort of mental gymnastics and acrobatics that people go through in order to not see it or to minimise it, to pretend it isn't happening in their family, in their house, in their street. And that's what my sitcom is about. It's my story, but it isn't my story. It's a fictionalised version of my story. You'll see how fictionalised it is in a moment, one particular aspect. I hope, if you get a chance to, you'll watch the actual documentary. It's available on All 4, or whatever it's called at the moment. They change the name of it every 14 minutes or so. It's free to watch. It's there. You can find it just by searching. And it gives more context than I've had time here to give you about what I was setting out to do with it. whatever you think of it, and it might not be for you, I know that. My way of dealing with what happened to me isn't everybody's way. Whatever you think of it, it hasn't started a conversation, but it's brought a lot of people into the conversation who might not have been there before. I've had, and I'm still getting, hundreds of messages more than 3 months after it was broadcast from people every day. People who are just saying, I didn't really understand about it before, but also other survivors, obviously getting in touch to tell me what it meant to them to see a story that resonated with them. I've had so many people contact me and say I haven't told another human being. And that's been humbling and awful, but also good that they've told somebody. And I've been able to signpost them to some of the brilliant services that are here in this room. So we're going to watch the sitcom, then I'm going to tell you a little bit more, and then I hope you might have time at some point to watch the documentary at home. Okay.
Could you please tell the court why you are here to give testimony today?
Yes, so I'm here because when I was younger, a kid, I was, sorry, it's weird just sort of saying it, just, coming out with it. I was fiddled. I got pedoed, nonced. Love that word. A bit noncy, mate. We nonce, two nonce. He's a nonce, I'm a noncy. I was abused. Sexually abused.
And can you see the individual that you accuse of abusing you in this room?
Yes, I can. He's over there.
Order.
Let's start at the beginning.
Great idea.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I thought that's what you did when there's a flashback. So, I was at school, but it was the holidays and...
I can't believe our normal, everyday routine is being interrupted by the arrival of Auntie Bex.
And the latest in a seemingly endless line of disastrous boyfriends who I have to talk to. Hi, Jim. Hi, Jim's the... Yo, blood and bones.
Oh, right. I've managed to make your room look less like post-meltdown Chernobyl. They here yet? No sign of them, just... What is your father doing?
Just standing, normally. Why?
Because even Tory ministers have worked out that that does not say normal. What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Okay. Oh, unless we're counting being thrown out of my bedroom, not being out with my mates, and having to spend a day indoors with old people talking about health scares and the housing market.
Well, maybe you can see your friends later.
They've all gone out for the day. This is pre-mobile phones, when you actually have to be at the place you say you're going to be at the actual time you said you'd be there.
Oh, Jim, why'd you get yourself so worked up about talking to other men?
Because I don't like football bridge. The one truly universal language of blokes, and I don't speak it. You remember what happened at the barbecue at number 12?
Oh, yes, when you got cornered in a conversation about
transfer windows, yes.
And it brought on your anxious tummy.
Yes, it did.
Why does coleslaw look exactly the same before and after you've thrown it up?
They're here! Right, cushions! Is everything good?
No, everything is not good. I should be outside getting vitamin D, playing football.
No.
And Jim, at some point we need to discuss this.
Hi, guys! So this is Steve! Sorry we're late. Steve wanted to hear the half-time scores.
Oh, God.
So, to cut a long story short, Luckily, it was a health scare.
Health scare, told you.
Oh, later, we need to talk about the housing market.
Yes, we do.
Please,
Yes, we do.
lovely. Jim,
What?
I think you two have actually got a lot in common.
Why does Steve keep 12-year-olds captive indoors when they should be out with their mates?
Right then, Steve. Bloody hell. Do you, football?
What football, mate?
What, me? No. I'm always out there down the football court. I mean, it's a game of two halves, isn't it, really, Steve? Is it a game of two halves? It is a game of two. Yeah, good, thank you.
If I phoned Childline and told them what I'd just witnessed, I could be with a foster family by tea time.
So, what do you think?
I think he is
Lovely, isn't he? Oh, he's the first guy I've been with in ages who really listens, do you know what I mean?
That is so important.
Oh, yeah, and he's not always turning the conversation round to him all the time. It's so important to have that emotional and cerebral connection, you know?
Yes. And he is fit.
So fit.
And he doesn't smell of crisps like Darren.
Or crack his knuckles like Paul.
Yeah. Or start every sentence with, at the end of the day, like Neil.
Yeah.
Or make that whistling noise with his nose like Giles.
Or constantly look like he's about to cry like Mike.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
Bex, I think he's perfect.
Hey, guess what? Steve really likes the bar bridge. He loves it. And he's into woodwork, exactly like me, aren't you, Steve? You're into woodwork.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Tell you what, Steve, later I'll take you in the garage and I'll show you my new project. I'm really quite excited about it.
Does he know about the family thing?
No, and he mustn't find out.
OK, so Steve fancies a breath of fresh air. Mark, how about a game of football with Steve or something? Great, brilliant. I'm going to join you, of course, but, you know, mild injury. Can't do it.
Oh, Steve wanted to bring you something.
Oh?
Maybe save it for a special occasion.
Right. I suppose she's told you about the family thing? No? Well, let's just say that 1 bottle is fine, but 3 bottles...
Just have some biscuits. So this predator comes into your home, infiltrates your family, and subjects you to the most heinous day out, showering you with gifts and treating you at every turn. He's a bit of a soft touch, isn't he? I mean, a pushover. He extended the hand
Hang on.
of friendship.
Phew.
He abused you at the gift shop, did he? Or was it in the park?
No, it's not 1986. He didn't offer to show me the rabbits in the back of his Mondeo, or to give me a cheeky tour of the top of the pop studio for a surprise new entry at 12. Why are you laughing? It happened much later. I'm just folding time into one weekend for narrative purposes.
Well, how much later?
17 ice creams, 4 trips to the cinema, 2 laser quests, 12 original recipe meals with sides, and 1 borderline racist pantomime later. Who's on trial here?
worst idea.
No. And anyway, we've only had some bottles.
But what if it happens?
I won't.
But what if you join in?
I don't always. Only when I've had wine.
Oh, look at him. They grow up so fast.
No. Can't believe he's 12.
12, don't. Oh. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Night. Right, night, my OG favourite fella.
Night. Night.
Night.
Oh, you woke me up, Dad.
This never happened. Deal? Hey, I'm sorry I'm rubbish at football.
That's all right, Dad. You can't be good at football and making things.
Oh, no. Oh, don't tell me they drank 3 bottles? Okay, no, it's fine. That's your mum. I recognise the pitch. I mean, there's a whole wall between us and them. We just have to hope that they don't start communicating with each other. Oh, God, David Attenborough could do a special on this. Still, at least they haven't woken up Steve! Hello! Couldn't sleep? Yeah, it's a family thing. Only really happens with wine. I tune it out, just so long as I tape a pillow to my head. Oh, tell you what, Mark, why don't you play a game with Steve? Yeah. Okay, I'm up to bed. They normally snore each other out after about an hour. Plus, you sometimes shock them out of it using a different sound.
Good night. Yeah. Oh. Boop. Boop. That was a great game, Boop, isn't it? Do you want to play Battle Royale or... Oh, must be like pro-level booping. Boop. Oh. Yeah, I'll be honest, Steve, I don't really know the rules for this bit. Yeah, I think that bear just touched me. And not emotionally.
Where do you allege the defendant touched you?
In the lounge.
Could you stop making terrible jokes?
Tricky.
I know this is hard,
Must not make jokes about things being hard.
but please could you show us where you were touched using this?
So, here, here, and here. Oh, and here, and here. Oh, and here.
So why didn't you tell anyone when it happened? Why did you wait so long?
Well, it's not the sort of thing you just come out with. You can't just say, Dad!
Yeah?
I've been sexually abused.
All right, where's your mum? I'll show her the latest creation.
Oh, Jim, whatever that is, it is not staying in here.
And if you do say something, it's probably not going to go down great with everyone. People tend to take sides.
I don't think we snored last night, did we?
Not that I heard. Right, who is ready for the big unveiling, the latest masterpiece?
Oh, my head feels like there's been an illegal rave in it.
Big reveal.
I'm fine as long as I'm horizontal.
So how does it end?
What, the sitcom or the...
Both.
Well, it depends who you ask.
We noticed Mark becoming troubled and withdrawn, but as he's a teenager, we just assumed it was
hormones.
And my favourite auntie couldn't understand why I didn't want to see her anymore. I think Steve thought it might sort of turn out fine. A happy ending. I mean, not that kind. Although, now I come to say it. But, for me, nothing changed. Oh, and everything changed. Same old, never the same again. I mean, I wanted to scream in people's faces, "You know he touches kids!" But nobody wants to hear that. So, being one of those relentlessly upbeat people who has to see the positives in every situation, no matter how horrifically fucking grim and life-altering, I just had to keep reminding myself I was a sexy kid. Ta-da!
Not another elephant in the room.
Get a chance to watch the documentary and see some more of the context around that. I'm massively proud of it and of the effect it's had. It's helped me enormously, and I know it's helped other people and is continuing to do so. So, yeah. Now, I know what question you've got in your heads at the moment, probably had for a little while, and that is, why are there 2 baskets of lemons over there? When this programme got commissioned, I phoned up my best friend who lives in New York, and she's, even though she's from Wellingarn City like me, she's been in New York just long enough to be a tiny bit annoying, to sound like she's kind of from somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, and some of what she says is very American, some very English. She said, "Oh my God, you're making a sitcom about being sexually abused. That is the ultimate example of when life gives you lemons, make lemonade." And that really stuck with me. You know, earlier I said I've done all of that therapy. I've done all of those different types of therapies for decades and decades, and it's all been great and it's helped me so much. But the thing that's been the most transformative for me is making something. Is taking this thing that I didn't want, that I didn't ask for, and thinking, okay, if I have to have it, I'm going to make it into something good, something positive. I'm going to make it work for me. I'm going to make it something that might help other people. And so, in a really unexpected sort of turn for me, I've started this thing called Making Lemonade. And Making Lemonade is a couple of things, and I'm not quite sure the way it's going to develop in the future, but it's my way of sharing and exploring the power of making something out of the bad and challenging and traumatic stuff that we all go through. We all know in this room how destructive trauma is. You know, it destroys relationships, destroys potential, memories, it can destroy lives. For me, I don't think there's a better answer or response to destruction than creation, than making something. For me, it's making a silly programme and dressing up, because I enjoy that sort of thing. But for other people, it might be making something so personal, almost invisible to other people. It might be making sense of or making peace with something, making space for yourself. It might be making something for your community. It might be making something that you never show anyone. It's all making. And Making Lemonade is going to start out as a podcast. I start recording it next week, talking to other people who've been through challenging things, not always abuse, not always trauma, but it's talking to them about what they've been able to make in spite of or because of the difficult things that have happened to them. I've also started going out and doing some talks, and I'm starting to do some workshops in schools very soon as well, which I'm really excited about. Unlike you, I'm not an expert in this field. I'm only an expert in my own experience. But I'm here now to use my skills to help raise awareness and to encourage change at all levels. I'm a storyteller. I use ideas and creativity and narrative to communicate important information. That's what I'm good at. I like to create things that help people think and move, make changes, actually take action. So what I wanted to leave you with, as well as repeating again how amazing I think you all are and how much of a privilege this last couple of days have been, is to use me, to get in touch. I might be wearing my Supporters Trust hat, I might be wearing my Making Lemonade hat, might be wearing my general creative hat, but if there are ideas that you have, things that you want to do that might benefit from a slightly different approach, a more creative approach, maybe using stories, because I think I read not long ago that apparently things with narrative, things that are told as a story are 22 times more powerful and get into people's heads. 22 times. You know when you get halfway through a sentence, you forget how you started it and you can't remember how to finish it. You know what I mean by that. So that's what I want to leave you with, and I just want to say again, thank you for all the work you do. I think you're amazing. Thank you. Oh, and as well as, sorry, that was really, that would have been such a good ending, but I screwed it up there. As well as grabbing one of these from over there, please take a lemon. There's no future for those ones. They need to go. Okay, thank you.
Mark, thank you so much. And we'll go to questions in the lunch break. We are going to break for lunch now, and we are back on time thanks to Mark's creative skills. I know some of you might have to leave because it's a long way. Anyone who is leaving early, please do fill in our feedback form. You're going to get so sick of us saying that. And leave Buddy a message. We're going to send them all to Faye as well. And there was one more thing. She's not going to thank me for saying this, but our wonderful Vicky at TST is having to leave, and I think you all know how many emails you've had from her. She's been instrumental in organising this, so thank you so much, Vicky. It's been brilliant. We're going to be back here at 2 sharp, and you don't want to be late. We're going to be hearing from the CPS this afternoon, and then our final workshop before a wonderful roundup. And another plea as well, I think some of you have got cars. Lots of people came on their own. Do chat and share, and you can share Ubers and share rides to the station. It'd be a really nice thing to do as well. Okay, enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. When you were, Vicky, when you were waving at YouTube people, were you waving? Oh. I've just been thinking, what the fuck is she doing? Okay. Thought she was just having a breakdown and we were slowly just watching that. It was really interesting you said other people on the outside, because I'm going to talk about the people on the inside. So thanks to Lucy and Vicky and the Survivors Trust team for inviting me here today to talk about survivors who are prisoners. I'm doing a workshop with my colleague Alison, who's my Criminal Justice Services Director. Later, we're just going to have a discussion. So I'm going to keep a lot of the kind of the talk about how you work with survivors who are prisoners to probably that, although I'm dead happy to take some questions. But first of all, let me just tell you a little bit about We Are Survivors, which many of you probably will know as what used to be Survivors Manchester.
I've worked at We Are Survivors for 9 years.
7 years. Started here last October, so 6 months. Is it? 4 months? 5 months?
Just over 3 months. For about a month. 2.5 years.
4 months now.
Long by. I think it's around a year. The favorite thing about working here is the community feel.
I just think the chance to help people who have suffered devastating trauma, I felt like I wanted to do more than what I was doing, and this job has given me the opportunity to do that.
I always say I work with really, really strong, emotionally intelligent people, and I get to meet people with a lot of strength, and knowing that I can give them that strength and also borrow it from them, just being in this environment with them is really, really special. So, welcome to the new community event space here at We Are Survivors. I'd love to just give you a quick tour. So, it's a very casual environment. We run a wide variety of events here. But honestly, most of the time, it's just a nice place for a brew, a chat, a check-in with other men like yourself.
This is the area where we do the more creative activities. We run an online and an in-person art room, and we do a writing session. It's just a space to express yourself and for other survivors to connect with other survivors.
So the Builder's Yard is a space where we get together each week and we build Lego together. This is some of the things we've been building recently. And we also, every Tuesday, run my favourite event, which is the yoga, which is a fantastic free event and a great space for mindfulness and exercise.
This is where we run the drop-in, really casual, people pop in, they pop out, nice space to have a chat, connect with other people like yourself.
We also run here a bi-weekly series of safe rooms, which are much more trauma focused. They're a place for people to express as much as they are comfortable to in an environment that is confidential, surrounded by other survivors, and it is always facilitated by survivors like myself. It's a really beautiful and empowering environment, and we would recommend it to anyone who is waiting for or wants to sort of assist in their own personal journey.
For anybody wanting to reach out for support at We Are Survivors, I would say do it.
It can obviously be very scary.
It's really nerve-wracking. I used to be a client myself, a client for quite a few years here. It's definitely life-changing. Hearing them share their stories, it's a privilege, to be honest.
It's very casual. It's much more like a family get-together than it is a very survivor-focused space initially.
You can talk at your pace, and we're just here for you.
We're here to support, and we can support your every need. And they'll walk with you side by side. You're not alone.
And if they're willing to open up and start sort of stepping outside their comfort zone and asking questions about themselves, then it can transition as slowly or as quickly into a more focused space from which they can heal.
So welcome to our therapy space.
This is where we have all the therapy sessions and ISPA sessions for our clients to come and sit comfortably in a private space.
There's 5 therapy rooms and a waiting area as well for clients. Each room, as you can see, is kind of personalised. I feel like people feel like they make their own sort of space within the rooms, which is really nice.
And there's a lot of stuff that you can look around on the walls to show our achievements and just a little bit of a timeline of We Are Survivors.
Nerve-wracking as it is, once you've made that first step, it does get easier and your life can get better because of it.
My message to the world is
live and let live.
I think it's important for people to do what they feel is right for them, and I would encourage anybody who has that to chase it and go after it.
try as hard as you can, and you'll succeed.
When you replace I with we, even illness becomes wellness.
That's just a cool little film that was made by one of the team. So you see probably about a quarter of my rabble, and they are a rabble, and they do amazing work. And I've got a few of them here. George is here, so he was on the video, so I think he's signing autographs or something later. I don't know, something's going on. Right, I just need to work out. Oh, hello. I just need to work out which button I'm pressing. We Are Survivors' vision is about ensuring no male survivors left behind. So as an organisation, we work with boys and men affected by sexual abuse, rape and sexual exploitation. But I would argue that our vision is about no survivor left behind. So we stand really strongly and in support of tackling violence against women and girls. And I'm very proud of my record, my personal record, but also my organisation's record on that. And we will continue to stand tall and stand with women's and women's organisations. I get a little bit tired. I've been around a bit too long now. This is my 18th year in this sector, 16 years nearly with the organisation, and I get a little bit tired of hearing the same old divisive bullshit. The stuff that tends to pit us against each other rather than sharing spaces together. Just because I'm standing here talking about men and boys doesn't mean I'm ignoring women and girls. And equally, if any women are going to be standing up here talking about women and girls, I'm quite happy to not hear anybody say, yeah, but what about men? It's tired, it's boring, and please could we stop it? And I know it's not, I hope it's not any of you in the room. I'm sure it's not. But I think we have to stand up. And we have to start being really clear about what we're talking about. I'm talking about 1 in 6 men. So when we look from academia in what we used to call Western countries, that's not okay. We talk about high income countries now. In high income countries, we look at 1 in 6 males will experience some form of, in the broadest sense of the term, unwanted sexual experiences in their lifetime. I'm interested in that 1 in 6. I'm also interested in the 1 in 4 females with using the same informatics. I'm interested in making sure that we are looking at all of those people. But for that 1 in 6, when you start leaning into the prison population, suddenly it begins to shrink. And actually what we find is disproportionately there's more people in prison. We heard in one of the workshops earlier around trauma and ACEs. And so I want to kind of just prod that a little bit and tell you a little bit about our journey. We started working in prisons, you'll see, just before Operation U-Tree. So Operation U-Tree was really the big catalyst for us. And what we found, and despite the fact I sound proper posh, I'm from Manchester, what we found in Manchester, round about the start of the Savile, not even the Savile Inquiry, but when the documentary came out, what we found, and people forget about this, is that there was quite a lot of adult male survivors of sexual abuse from Savile, from that whole cohort, who interestingly were like located in Manchester. And I always was a bit scratching my head, like, well, what's that about? And there was a theory that that's to do with because A Top of the Pops was filmed in Manchester in its very, very early days. And there was a whole question of like, what's kind of going on there? And some of these men were, as now adults, were beginning to talk about, oh, have you seen that thing on telly? And they were talking about it on the wings of prisons, with very little support. So we started getting phone calls and having conversations with mental health trusts, with prison governors, with prison staff, probation, who was saying, is there any chance you could go and just have a conversation? So we started having those conversations. And I remember having a chat with a particular commissioner who's still around, so I'm not naming names. And they said to me, you know that men won't come and talk to you in prison about being a survivor? And I was like, yeah, they will. No, they won't. You see, what survivors want, and I just said, hold on a second. First of all, you're talking to one. Secondly, we're not this homogenous group of people. We have many different faces and many different needs. So please don't tell me what survivors want. This individual, this commissioner, was not a survivor theirself as well. I'm being very careful not even to gender that commissioner, so you have no idea who I'm talking about. I had a theory though, the Field of Dreams theory, build it and they will come. I know that our sector is built on that theory. The majority of organisations that set up to deal with survivors were built by women who had nowhere else to go. Survivors built this sector, survivors will continue to build this sector. And it's really important that we never forget that. So when commissioners and politicians and people are telling you, oh no, survivors won't like that, because what we know from research, there's a word that begins with P and ends with "is off." I would recommend you using it a little bit more than you do, because this sector knows what survivors want, because we listen to survivors. So I started listening to survivors, the survivors that were not being listened to. And what that meant was, as a survivor going into a prison and talking to prisoners and talking to other men, it meant that, which will be no surprise to you, people started joining together. People started going, oh, me too, before me too. And so what that meant was people began to start thinking more compassionately about themselves and about each other. And unsurprisingly, what that meant is people's behaviour got a bit more pro-social and a little bit less antisocial. And then governors and prison officers began to notice this, and probation officers began to notice this, and would say things like, you know, when you go in that room with those prisoners and like, what the fuck do you do? Because they come out and they're just like really well behaved. And I just said, I'll just listen to him and just have a conversation. For any of us survivors in the room that's ever sat with other survivors and just chatted and then gone, oh God, yeah, right, see you next week or whatever, and just feel much better. That's it. There's no great surprise here. It's not some massive big magic potion. It was just listening to people who we know when we think about adverse childhood experiences. The prison population has more people in it with adverse childhood experiences than any other population. So work continues and more people began to ask us, like, can we do this and can we do that? And I just kept saying, yeah. My board kept saying, will you stop saying yeah? And I kept going, no. Did you get, like, they told me not to say yes, so I said no. And then just about the first few months of the global pandemic, one of our commissioners, Tracy at NHS England, said, I know we've asked you to do those 2 prisons because you've been doing that one so good. I don't suppose you could do all 15 prisons in the Northwest, could you? And I said, Ali, so my Criminal Justice Services Director, Alison, can we just sort out 15 prisons across the Northwest in a global pandemic, please, when we're all in PPE and no one's allowed to be unlocked? And she went, yeah, and then moaned for the rest of her life that I made her do it. I'll get absolutely smashed for that later. When no one's looking, she'll give me a dig. But that's what we did. We joined together. We took some bits of our work previously. So back in 2013, we'd done a piece of work on the Belief in Change programme. Belief in Change programme was at HMP Risley. It was an interesting programme because it was faith-based. It was led by chaplaincy. And what they decided to do was to look at how do you bring people together to begin to teach compassion, to teach life skills. And in one of the life skills groups, which was peer-led, I'd been doing a BBC breakfast or something like that. So I'd been on telly talking about, I think, a new report that had come out. And 2 of the lads had seen me on telly, went back into their peer support group and said, and there's about 15 lads in that group, and said, oh my God, just saw this guy on telly from Manchester just talking about like what happened to him, and like, I think it happened to me as well. And 14 people said me too. And the prison officer who was in the room said it was like watching dominoes just go down, everybody fell. And so they contacted us and said, can you do something? And I was like, yeah. We went in, set up a peer support group, which we've been doing outside for ages, and tried to sort of measure. You know how commissioners like numbers, and so we decided to do something. And so one of the things that we've always stuck with is try to measure in a numerical way trauma. And I know people get really upset about this and, you know, well, you can't just measure it in numbers. Of course you can't. I'm not saying it's the only way, but I needed something. So we used the IESR, the Impact of Event Scale. It was one that I'd been using as I was at EMDR. I'm a qualified psychotherapist, and I was using it in EMDR because that's what most people use. And I just thought it was really interesting. Self-reported questionnaire that in some way gave somebody the ability to answer a whole load of questions and go, what would my trauma score be? What does that mean in a medical sense? And people began to get excited because what we were showing was the disproportionate amount of men in prison in HMP Risley who were reporting really high levels of trauma before we were talking about ACEs in this country, by the way. I know ACEs have been talked about in the States for donkey's years, but before we started talking about ACEs, and so we started seeing this really interesting trend. That carried on, and we started asking people, okay, so I've got all these scores and these numbers, but what do you think? What has been the impact of you being here, being in this group? And we started hearing people's words. And I will never defend the actions of any of my clients in prison. Never. I've worked with people who have done and committed some of the most heinous crimes known to us. But I will listen, and I will start trying to make sense of the world, exactly like I did as a survivor. We will never excuse what our clients have done, but it begins to help us understand why, the reason, not the excuse, the reason for somebody's behaviour, etc., etc. And one of the things that I heard one of my clients say, which has always stuck with me, and I use it so often. I was working with an individual who the crime that he committed had resulted in a number of people losing their life. A terrible, terrible crime, and I would argue, been failed by the system. The system had failed him repeatedly, from childhood right through to adulthood, and it felt like he was stuck in something. Everything felt quite cyclical. That recidivism was really high of whenever he got the opportunity, even just to go to a lower category prison, something happened and he ended up being returned. We were chatting once and he said, do you know what I love about talking to you? And I said, what? And he went, it's like talking to a bird, but you're a bloke. I did challenge him on the use of the word bird, by the way. But what is that saying? What does that say? I think what he's saying is, my understanding of masculinity and maleness is that we don't show vulnerability and we don't show compassion and we don't show kindness, and you've shown all these things to me, and so my mind's not computing. I think what I started doing, completely accidentally, and I had no idea I was doing this, was modelling something. And I think that's what we've been doing in prisons, and I think that's why it's become so successful. In 2015, we did another piece of work where we actually were able to show the differences. So the blue lines, I think, on that one it looks like it's grey, but the darker coloured lines, they show the IESR score at the beginning, and the orange ones show it at the end. We can see significant changes in trauma symptoms. Having all of that knowledge and leaning into Alison's knowledge and other people's knowledge, we decided to go and find out whether we can make this whole wonderful system work, and now a model work in all 15 prisons across the Northwest during a global pandemic when the majority of us were in PPE, full PPE. The first 3 weeks of my work in prison during the pandemic, so the 23rd of March, the Prime Minister locked us all down. I was in full PPE, wandering around the prisons, hearing this, "Whoa, you look right, dickhead!" And I thought, yeah, I did actually. It doesn't suit me, PPE. But that's what we did. We did that because it felt really important to not stop our services. So Outspoken was born. Why is it called Outspoken? Well, because we want people to be outspoken. We're also hoping at some point they'll be out of prison. The idea is that in some way we begin to help people deal with their trauma in every single way that you do it in the community or in other areas, to begin to allow people to get a real sense of self, allow them to be the people that they really should have been, allow them to, and as many of us know, allow survivors to survive and thrive and just be brilliant individuals. Taborn Anderson, who is an academic, Professor Emeritus I think he is now, he said that shame and guilt have become the hallmark of the victim, and it really resonates with me that as a survivor, it resonates with me from, if guilt is the thing I did bad and shame is the thing I am bad, I carried those so often in my life. And then when I first stepped into prison, I noticed so many people carrying the same, maybe I would argue heavier, shame and guilt. And so we decided to kind of tackle it and say, no. Okay, so you have done some terrible things. Let's put that down to one side for a second, because probation's dealing with that and psychology's dealing with that, and let's look at what happened to you. Not what have you done, not what you did, not how you got here, because for me, I think that just perpetuates that shame and guilt. I'm interested in where are you? What happened to you? And so we began to talk about it. Our service has always been underpinned by Judith Herman's model of trauma and recovery in a really simple sense. Stabilisation, processing, integration. That journey is definitely not linear, but I've got no idea how to draw it not linear. So let's just pretend that that's not linear, because it jumps back and forth. But there's something really important about that process. And so I started dealing with people. I started holding space for people. I started leaning into going out on the wings, not just sat in my clinic room, because going out on the wings is really scary. And then I realised it wasn't scary. I just realised it was just a load of men, and then in the female state, a load of women who are all terrified. They're all absolutely petrified of being there, but nobody wants to admit it. And so I realised, well, if they're scared and I'm scared, well, it'll be all right. And I started meeting some of the most inspiring individuals who genuinely wanted to create change, but nobody was giving them a chance. And so Seb came along, and Seb had been sexually abused majority of his life, and then at age 18 a particular situation when he was dealing drugs resulted in the loss of someone's life. Seb didn't even know that he'd killed his victim until he was watching the news and saw the person's picture come up. The shame and guilt that he carried about that index offence was massive. It was like it was overshadowing everything else. And so we got talking. And we got talking not because some professional referred him in, because they didn't. I was walking across the yard one afternoon, and I just get shouted at, "Oi, boss, come here. And I go, "What? Are you the abuse guy?" Genuinely, that's what we got called. And I went, "Yeah, I think so. What? My mate comes to speak to you, and he said I should speak to you." I was like, "Oh, okay then. You free now?" "Yeah, okay." I said, "Come on then." And we just went and sat down. We just had 5 minutes. Just said to me, some shit happened when I was a kid. Never dealt with it. Think maybe it's time for me to deal with it. I was like, okay. And that was that. And we just started chatting. Did my assessment. He did his score. His first score showed me how not traumatised he was. And then about 5 sessions in, we did it again. And he told me the truth. It's why I get frustrated with some of our NHS way of doing things. I love the NHS. But I get frustrated that we take the first and last. I think we should be doing the worst and best. I think that will give us a better indication. But Seb started talking, started opening up. He couldn't say abuse, he couldn't say rape, he couldn't say those words. He just used to say that thing. And that was fine. We just went with that thing. We just went with whatever language it was useful for him. And using my Judith Herman's model, stabilisation, processing, integration, I began to conceptualise how I'm going to work with Seb. The first few weeks, we just chatted about life. He asked me some questions. He asked me about my wedding ring. How's your wife? Well, actually, it's not a wife. It's a husband. Oh, right, how's your husband? Like, when people start talking about toxic masculinity, I get it. I think it's a wrong conversation. I think what we should really be talking about is toxic gender norms. That's the proper conversation. Because if we unpacked all of that, we'd really start understanding who we are and what are we still subscribing to. Because I was subscribing to this idea that Seb will be massively homophobic, etc., etc. Wasn't. Genuinely couldn't give a shit. Do you know what he cared about? Was he going to be there next week? Was he going to be able to get his session? Would I be able to go and unlock his door and get him out? Because what if it's a training thing and I'm on lockdown? Yeah, don't worry about it, I'll come and get you. What Seb then began to do was go round the wing and say to people, You're mental, you need to go and speak to Dunk. And slowly but surely, the organisation and the service grew until we get to the point where in just 23, 24, we've seen over 1,700 prisoners. The majority of the prisoners are aged, the men are aged between 30 and 39. We also work within the female estate. We work with our sister organisation at Greater Manchester Rape Crisis for that. We've been asked to start thinking more and more about the, let's just call it the secure estate. How do we begin to talk about individuals and support individuals? When I looked at the data when I was putting some of these slides together, and I saw that 13,190 engagements, contacts and activities. Remember, in prison, it's all face to face. You can't ring someone. Well, I mean, you can, but you're not supposed to, because nobody has phones in prison. Some of the cells now have their own phone, but 99% of those contacts are face to face. That's my amazing Outspoken team, Ali's staff, just going out on the wing and just chatting. It's phenomenal. It literally fills my heart with joy. 44% of prisoners that we worked with in 23-24 who had effectively an evidenced IAP score reliably recovered. That's phenomenal. That's more than your local IAP service. It's better than your local IAP service in the community. Who said prisoners won't come and talk? Looks like they're talking. And not only does it look like they're talking, it looks like it's actually having an impact. 74% showed a reliable improvement at the end of treatment. Vastly better than your local IAP service delivered by your GP, etc, etc. I'm really proud of that, and I know people get really pissy about it, but couldn't give a shit, honestly, because the team worked so hard to deliver that. 94% of individuals at assessment met the same, what's called caseness, the same level, an IAPT level in the community at like step 3, step 4. So we're talking about people with really significant need, with long and enduring mental health issues, trauma, etc, etc. We've had to develop our pathway. We've had to make sure that we're doing things safely and in the right way. We've had to help create culture change, because what you can't do is you can't just rock up to a prison and be like, "Hey, do you want to do some therapy?" Because there's a culture within prisons of things happening behind closed doors. Does that sound familiar to my fellow survivors in the room? And what we have to do is we have to be transparent, and we have to really talk to people. So much of the work, about the first 3 months before going in, every time we go to it, opened up a new prison, for about 3 months prior to us actually starting therapy, we just go in and talk to staff and really begin to change that culture and get word out there so people really understand what it is that we're doing. I understand that actually prisoners do want to be spoken to, they do want to heal, they do want to reclaim their lives, they do want to change. Contrary to popular belief, particularly over the last week or so with the early release scheme, where the press would want you to believe there is just this crazy thing happening. All we've done is we've just let a few people out 10% early to all of the staff in the prisons to really make sure that everybody understands how we're working with people. Are these slides going out? Yeah. So this slide here was actually from a prison officer. So here's the thing, I'm sure some of you have experienced this as well. The moment that you start talking in a brand new space, staff go, can I have a word with you? and they begin to make disclosures. How many times have you been to deliver a training course or a conference and someone tugs you coat at this side, oh, can I just speak to you? Because what we've done is we've created a space for people to talk. So you have to think about that too. So the last word I'm going to give to one of the other survivors, one of the people who ended up then becoming part of our expert advisory panel, the groups of individuals that tell me whether I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing because they've used our services. The last line, I'm out to survive, is so powerful. Something about I'm now being out to survive, I'm being out as a survivor, and when I get out, I'm going to survive. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry it took some of your time. They'll find it, they'll give it you back.
We knew he would, we absolutely knew it. Thanks Duncan. And you were quite restrained, to be fair, weren't you? Well done. Thank you very much. Really powerful stuff, thanks so much.
How I didn't carry on for ages. Be grateful.
He's saving it for his workshop later, aren't you? Right, thank you. I'm going to introduce Dr. Ellie Hanson now. So Ellie's a clinical psychologist. She's doing loads of really important work into the prevention of sexual abuse and reducing its impact as well. Ellie does loads of work with us at TST, which we're really grateful for. So she's going to tell us a bit more about what she does. Really important stuff. Thank you.
It's such a privilege to be here. Tough act to follow, but I will try my best. And today I'm going to talk about something a bit different, which is when buying sex becomes normal, which I'm going to argue is overall corporate profit but human loss. Particularly thinking about OnlyFans and the massive expansion of that in the last few years since COVID. You just work out how this clicker works. And I suppose I became interested in this because, as the kind introduction just then, I do lots of work around sexual abuse and supporting healing from it, but also trying to go upstream of the problem and looking at the different forces and factors in our culture and society that can be conducive to abuse and trying to kind of prevent it through tackling some of those and being part of that collective effort. And so that basically kind of led me to look at what was happening with the online sex industry, really. And I've done a lot of work looking at the free porn platforms and what's going on there and the impact that they're having. And so through all of that came to start to think about OnlyFans, particularly when I was kind of exposed to some of their PR. I'm looking at Chris here because we were both at the same conference. That made me just ask some questions, and then that's taken me on a bit of a journey, so I want to kind of share that with you, and really kind of look behind the PR and think about some of the abuse and exploitation that is going on as a result, some of the hidden dynamics and harms of selling sex, the impact on children and young people, and the kind of overall general impact, what happens in our society when people are kind of taught to sexually objectify others and to have a sense of sexual entitlement about other people. Just a few things. There's, you know, as we know in this space, but if we think about the sex industry and selling sex, there's a lot of debate about language. I was just talking to Duncan about this before, and I'm probably going to piss everyone off by using a variety of terms. I was saying, I'm going to try not to offend anybody. He said, no, claim it, you are going to offend everybody. Right, I'm going to lean into Duncan's approach. Because there's been a big debate between, say, do we say prostitution, do we say sex work, for example. There's pros and cons to all of these different terms. If I use the term prostitution, I'm not trying to stigmatise anybody with that. If I use the term sex work, I'm not just saying it's the same as any other type of work. These are being criticisms levied at both terms. how I'm going to use it is I'm going to use prostitution if talking about when somebody is in person with someone else selling sex, and I'm going to use sex work as a more kind of umbrella term, including webcamming. But again, I'm not trying to offend anybody, and I'm very open to debates around language and trying to get it right, and I'm on a learning journey. So let's just think about this online ecosystem that I'm talking about, which I would argue is both everywhere and nowhere. Now, what I mean by that is that we don't see what's behind other people's screens. You know, if something's on big billboards as we're driving down the road, we know what other people are being exposed to. But in the current world that we live in, we don't know. We can be completely blind to many other people's daily lives and what they are being bombarded with throughout that day via social media, via their devices. And you know, another focus of my work is on online misogyny, and say, for example, what teenage boys are being exposed to in terms of negative messages about girls and women. And many of us just won't be aware that that's happening. So it's trying to kind of find out what's going on in other people's worlds. But this is an ecosystem that is also everywhere, and millions and millions of people are caught up in it. So just to talk about OnlyFans, for those of you that don't know, this is a subscription-based website, the majority of which is people who are called creators, and again, lots of inverted commas here, but who are selling sexual services, sexual performances, images, videos, personalised content to their subscribers, to people who are paying them, you know, to subscribe for a month, or they may be paying for a particular video, and they'll often be chatting with the person who they are buying these sexual services from. And we don't have the exact numbers, but the majority of OnlyFans is that, and the majority of creators are women, generally young women, and the majority of subscribers and buyers are men. And OnlyFans takes a 20% cut from that. Absolutely massive usage. This is what I mean by it kind of being everywhere. In 1 month this year, 455 million visits in the US, 33 million in the UK. It's got 305 million users, but it's going up the whole time. 500,000 new subscribers every day. So this company is just ballooning. Incredible. It's been badged, you know, a huge UK, because it's a UK company, UK online success story. It's really entwined with other parts of this ecosystem. So social media and the free porn platforms, because you can't advertise on the site itself. So for creators who are selling sexual services, they will need to be using social media. Instagram in particular is used, but also X, TikTok, as well as the free porn platforms where they're posting content to advertise. So this has led to, there's been a lot of sexual content on social media for a long time, but I would argue that this has led to social media becoming more inundated with sexualized content. And then behind the scenes, you've got management agencies and you've got chatters. And I could talk about this subject for a whole day, so I'm talking a bit fast and squeezing a lot in, and I won't be able to go into chatters in a lot of detail, but there are some really important investigations done by Reuters, the news agency, which I've referenced on the last slide, and you'll have these slides, that does a deep dive into the chatters. Some very successful creators don't have time to chat with all of the people buying sexual services from them, so that's outsourced to chatters. These are often people in lower income countries who are having to engage in this sexual chat, pretending to be the sex worker. So that's a whole nother thing, and I would say that there's quite a lot of harm attached to that in lots of different directions. And you've got these management agencies, and we'll talk a bit more about those, but those are agencies that will often go out hunting to find particularly young women who they think will do well on OnlyFans, and then kind of get them on board, and then do a lot of their PR, their social media marketing, etc. So business is booming. Oh, and by the way, this is also kind of coming into other parts of life. I've just got this You're seeing OnlyFans kind of being talked about in this, it's fun and mischievous, and but it's kind of exposing children and young people as well as others to sex work. So, for example, this is 2 women who are on OnlyFans holding up signs at the Euros. The kind of offending words have been blocked out, but they are, saying very sexual things on those billboards. And again, it's on those boards to try and generate business. So it's kind of stretching out into these other kind of parts of society. Business is booming. Users spent 6.6 billion on OnlyFans last year. Even though actually the average person who's creating on OnlyFans, who's selling sexual services, is earning a tiny amount, between $150 and $180 a month. These are figures that have just been released, OnlyFans annual report. The owner, Leonid Radvinsky, who's a British-Ukrainian 42-year-old, has made 1.3 billion from the site since 2020. Now, we struggle to kind of work out billions from millions. I don't know if you're the same as me, but even a million is hard to kind of get our heads around. What does that mean? So I found a way of translating this. If you were to count 1 million seconds, that would take you about 11 and a half days. If you're counting 1 billion seconds, that will take you 35 years. So I'm just trying to kind of get across, we are talking huge amounts of money, and this man is paying himself 1.3 million a day. So it's just showing you that this is making a lot. And how much of that money is dirty money? How much of that is built on abuse and exploitation and harm? And I'm arguing a lot. But before we get there, I'm going against the narrative in this talk, because OnlyFans has very much been narrated as fun, lucrative for people using it, ethical, empowering and safe. And that's been a huge part of its success, that it's saying this is the kind of fun and ethical and safe way of doing sex work. And it says, there's no difference between sex and anything else. Keely Blair, the CEO, cites that they're for adults should cater to all of grown-ups' interests. Lots of people who are over 18 like sex. They also like comedy, sports, music. So let's just cater to our audience base and be able to provide opportunities for creators. We don't categorise people, so we don't. So it's kind of just, you can do anything on OnlyFans. You can do comedy, music, sex. It's just all the same fun thing, and it's just, let's just all respect each other and it's all fine. I forgot to say some of my caveats, so I'm just going to come in now, which is that I have got quite a few quotes. I've just got so many voices that I want to highlight, and I may not have time to go through all of them, but you will have the slides. But also I will read aloud quotes, so don't try and read whilst I'm talking, because apparently then you don't get either one of them. That's what I heard. But I will read aloud quotes as I go. And the other thing to say is, obviously we are talking about difficult stuff, and I know that that's a theme throughout this conference, but just look after yourselves, and if there are things that I'm talking about that are hard, obviously, please just do what you need to do. But I am talking about abuse at points through this. So OnlyFans argues that it's the subscription social media platform that facilitates authentic connections between creators and their fans. And I would argue that authentic is exactly the opposite of what this is. It states that it age verifies its users, that it moderates all content, and that it allows content only from verified creators. So it's badging itself as we do things the safe way. That's why you can trust us, that's why you can use us. And this has been accepted societally, and it's definitely been accepted within the child protection space, in which I do a lot of work. And in this space, they've been given a platform, they've been given a seat at the table, they've been given trust, and they've been given silence. But let's look under the bonnet. Are things as good as they are made out to be? Let's start with the abuse, coercive control and exploitation that the site has facilitated. The online sex industry is highly conducive to abuse, and it draws to it many individuals who are seeking to profit through exploitation. What more obvious a place to start with than Andrew Tate, who really spearheaded the use of OnlyFans. And when I talk about OnlyFans, I'm not just talking about OnlyFans, I'm talking about this is a big space. There are other webcamming platforms, and I'm not particularly singling them out, although they are the biggest and they've done the most to normalise this, and that is a particular issue. So it has drawn people to it, like Andrew and Tristan Tate, who are currently charged with human trafficking using OnlyFans relating to 7 victims, further allegations being investigated involving 35 other victims, including a 17 and a 15-year-old. So here's how Andrew Tate has self-described what he's done. My job was to meet a girl, get her to fall in love with me, to where she'd do anything I'd say, and then get her on webcam so we could become rich together. Now, you don't need me to tell you that there was no together involved in any of this. Ibiza Asset, by that he means a woman, has agreed to do OnlyFans. Since she moved to Bucharest, she's been fed, but nothing else. She's broke, and she can't go home, and she can't leave the house. Man, I sound almost evil, but I'm not. I'm a shepherd leading the sheep. Because this trafficking and abuse comes from a place of very deep misogyny. Not only does he appear to have done this, because you can be done for libel if you say he is guilty before conviction, but he also has taught other people to do it, other men to do this. I'd highly recommend the BBC documentary that really goes into the detail of this. But the War Room, this social network and Telegram channel through which Tate taught other members, and Tate's not even the most senior person in this network, so a cabal of them were teaching members how to groom and manipulate and coerce girls and women. So just to give you an example of some of the things that they're saying from leaked messages. We deliberately reduce attention and note if she chases. Then we set up a coffee date and execute a move to find out if she is willing to pay for our coffee and serve us. After that, it becomes a series of gradual steps to remove her entire support structure from her life. Then we punish her for a transgression, real or imagined, by having her get our name tattooed on her, leaving her family's home, apartment, town, country, webcamming, stripping, walking the track, getting us girls, escalate, escalate, escalate. She doesn't even have a wallet. Why do I need one, Daddy? I can't count it anyway. Isolate her from her friends, family, past. It's the kindest thing you can do for her if you are taking responsibility for having sole authority over her. Pavlovian conditioning, this is how you train dogs. So a very, Machiavellian, meticulously worked out system of growing the coercion and abuse of girls and women, and using webcamming in that process. And we can't estimate how many people have been abused as a result of what the Tates and their like have done, and how they've trained. They have literally, in a way, got a manual for abuse here. And you can see how this is very reminiscent of many other forms of sexual abuse and domestic abuse. And there are other forms of abuse that we know are taking place on OnlyFans as well. So here we're really talking about kind of what's termed trafficking, when you're coercing somebody into what would be called sex work, into prostitution. But we're also coming across a lot of evidence of image-based abuse where images are non-consensually shared for profit. So this is often a scenario where two people have been going out, they have taken films within that relationship, consensually, sometimes non-consensually, and then at a later date, and again there is a gender dynamic here, the woman may discover that the ex-boyfriend has set up an OnlyFans account because this is a way of making money. So what used to be called revenge porn, which is a problematic term in a variety of ways, but it's problematic now because revenge, not only the porn bit but the revenge bit, we've now got a different primary motive, which is profit. So previously these images were shared often for revenge motives. Profit, I would say, is taking over, that men are realising this is a way of making money. I turned around and saw he was taking a video. I asked him, what was he doing? And I got really scared. He began to say, yeah, but you can make money from this, which it turns out he had done. It was awful. We've also got the use of OnlyFans in coercive control situations where, again, a gender dynamic, a male abuser is forcing his partner into porn production on OnlyFans. He said, we'll create an account on OnlyFans and you'll make material there. It looked as if the account belonged to me. The men probably had no idea that it was him controlling the account. This woman also described how journalists had interviewed her about the positives of OnlyFans, and they had no idea that next to her was her husband dictating everything that she had to say. So a lot of this is very hidden. There are also a number of cases where we've got people who have sexually assaulted or raped somebody, and they've taken footage of that and then they've uploaded it to OnlyFans, and again for the profit motive. I particularly recommend the Reuters investigations for more details of all of these abuses. Child sexual abuse, this may be where a adolescent has taken over, has got hold of someone else's OnlyFans account, but it may also be where an OnlyFans creator is having sex with a child, is raping that may feel, say it's an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and the 16-year-old thinks that this is just consensual, but it's being filmed and it's being uploaded onto OnlyFans. And you've also got situations where people have been trading child sexual abuse images, and that's then gone undetected on OnlyFans, even though they say that they moderate everything. So how has OnlyFans reacted to all of this evidence of abuse? I would argue inaction, minimisation and gaslighting. They're making huge claims. For example, the huge claim that they moderate all of their content. Well, if they're moderating all of their content, why are these things not coming down straight away? Often these victims are sending in evidence of the abuse and it's not taken down for over a year. And if they are seeing everything, why haven't they spotted it before somebody's reporting it? Are they tolerating this abuse? And they've profited handsomely from all of this, but where are the difficult conversations about that money and this actually being dirty money, and what are they going to do about that? But I also want to talk about OnlyFans where it's not necessarily clear abuse in the ways that I've just described. I want to talk about that wider set of that there's other situations in which, say, an individual is selling sexual services on OnlyFans, and they're not necessarily being coerced or trafficked directly by anybody else. Because I want to really make clear here that I'm not going to be arguing that everybody who sells sex is harmed by that. What I am saying is that the risks of harm are high, and that many people are harmed by it, and that we haven't been very good at seeing that harm and hearing it. And that if we look at the accounts of many people who have sold sex, including webcamming, dissociation is often really central to that experience, as is the erosion of boundaries, and it generally involves a suppression of their sexual autonomy. So being in a sexual situation, behaving in a sexual way, being paid to suppress what you actually desire or want, and what harm can that exert for many people. And so I just want to speak to some of this here. And I'm drawing on a piece of research which has interviewed people who were involved with OnlyFans, with webcamming on OnlyFans and other similar sites. Everything happened on their terms, so it was incredibly degrading for me. I wasn't in a position where I could control what I did because I was desperate, and I was in desperate need of money for the drugs. You should always assume she's not there by choice. It's the same when buying someone in person. Anyone can pretend, and eventually it just became a normal thing. The toughest part is having to talk to them, and if you haven't posted anything in a week, they're like, I'm going to cancel my subscription. And people are always on your case, why aren't you replying? And they want to meet up, and you have to keep up with the fantasy they have. So you can't just say, no, I never want to meet you, I hate you. Instead, you have to play the role. And this comes up a lot in people's accounts, having to play this role, particularly through the chat function, having to pretend, having to suppress your real self and be this sexual fantasy for somebody else, and the impact that that can have over time. Sometimes what I found almost the hardest were the times when they wanted it to be like a relationship. I feel like that's almost worse than when they're violent, because it gets intimate in a really forced way. I think maybe she's speaking there to, often people talk about having two selves in this work, and having to create this kind of sexual performative self, and the demand for her to be intimate, kind of breaking through that boundary to try and get to her real self. I wouldn't have taken those pics if it weren't for OnlyFans. There were times when I got a request for something I didn't really want to do, but they offered a lot of money, so I thought, okay, I'll just film the video that I don't actually want to do, send it. Then if someone asks for it again, I already have the video. If I could build up a library of stuff I didn't want to do, then at least I wouldn't have to suffer. So he's finding a way there, like, well, I'll just do it the once and then I've got a video. So, really trying to kind of force himself. But this didn't really help. The more requests came in for things I didn't want to do, it was hard to say no. I dissociated a lot. I just shut down. I was there, but not really. I think that's why I don't remember much, because I just turned off. That's also why I don't feel connected to my own body today, and why I have these episodes. And this is not uncommon in people in the years following having been involved in different forms of sex work, this difficult kind of journey back to themselves after the kind of chronic dissociation. Again, I'm not saying this is true of everybody, but I am saying that this is a common experience for many people that isn't often talked about. Many people might feel that webcamming is a bit more distance than, say, that kind of in-person sex work or prostitution, but there can be different challenges involved, including the impact of the images. The material doesn't go away, and there's this constant anxiety of wondering who has seen it, and when you might get outed and so on. It's a really brutal kind of anxiety to carry around. I feel it doesn't matter, like I've already lost a part of myself. What the hell? What difference does it make? But even if you don't think about it in the moment, the consequence of being filmed, it's like adding a weight to the heavy backpack you're already carrying. It becomes an extra burden because it might never disappear and you don't know what will happen with it. There's a big difference between things happening behind closed doors and things being out there for everyone to see. Knowing that the things that happen to me are somehow forever is really tough. It's so a part of me will never escape. Because anybody can obviously film what they're seeing on OnlyFans and post that elsewhere. And we know that for many... So what are the kind of routes into this? And obviously it's very different for different people. But we know that there are often constraints. There are often constraints and influences at play. Including, I would argue with this, a kind of ideology around sexual freedom that I'm going to mention briefly. How much longer do I have?
5 minutes.
Okay. Am I still getting my 40 minutes? Or is this is this Duncan's fault?
10 minutes and we will make it work.
Thank you. Yes. Well, so yes, and I would argue that in the current climate there has been pressure and persuasion, particularly of young women, and deception involved with that. And I just want to talk a little bit about that because I feel like this is a particular problem that we need to address. I've got a long quote here, but I am going to read it because I think it is such a window into what is going on, the experience of many young women who are being drawn into this world. And this is a woman who worked for one of the management agencies that I mentioned. Okay, so it's a real window into how that operates. I spent a considerable amount of time in contact with girls on TikTok and Instagram, encouraging them to do OnlyFans to try to get them to join our agency. For girls who didn't meet our minimum earnings, we would give them tips on how to grow their OnlyFans account so they could join us. They would then make it their life mission to grow their OnlyFans so they could be a part of our agency. We let them think they were privileged to come on board with us. We let them think we cared for them. The girls would say that the agency saved their lives. Some were lonely, shy, socially isolated. Many came from broken homes. Any boundaries they may have had when starting out were soon broken down. There was too much competition for them to say no. Age play was huge. And by the way, age play means pretending that you're a child. We've now got AI involved in that, where people are sometimes aging themselves into children. And this is happening on OnlyFans and other platforms. The girls who looked the youngest were the most in demand and made the most money, so you'd promote them that way. As time went on, I struggled to even be able to open a photo or video without feeling sick. I would cry every day for these girls and think about the young babies in my family, and if they grew up to do this, how heartbroken I would be. We don't call this abuse, but it certainly feels like it to me. And these forces are often interacting with, this kind of pressure and persuasion and deception. The deception that this is just fun and it's just a very easy, quick way of making money with no harm attached. This is often interacting with pre-existing vulnerabilities and kind of the psychology of re-victimization that can draw people into this. I won't read all of these quotes, but I just a couple here. I didn't choose prostitution, a mixture of the culture I lived in during the 90s, sex-positive feminism, and a longing to be loved by my biological papa who had abandoned my siblings' mother and me, chose it for me. Poverty chose it for me, anger chose it for me, wanting to be loved chose it for me. Reenacting trauma means putting yourself in similar situations or places to the original trauma, or finding similar people, and to create a new narrative in an attempt this time to be in control, to write a new ending, one in which you are in charge, not victimised. The sex trade is the perfect place for the sexually traumatised to try unconsciously to resolve former hurt, because an unending number of men want to use your body. And that's Mia Doring, who's written a memoir, who who had experienced prostitution and then went on to become a therapist. And again, I'm really not trying to say this is true of everybody, but these are common dynamics that are not getting the curious compassion that they merit. Instead, we've got a narrative of nothing to see here. Everything that I've just talked about, we've actually got pretty good in recent years. We weren't there to begin with, but we've got pretty good about thinking about some of this stuff when it comes to adolescent sexual exploitation. So if a teenager says, actually, this is something that I'm just enjoying doing, it's all fine, we don't just go, okay, it's consensual, fine. And yet when somebody steps over the line of their 18th birthday, it's like we no longer afford them this rich understanding of what it is to be human. And we no longer give them the valuing and curiosity that they deserve. All we can see is their choice. And we are separating those people where we can say choice from those where you've got this really direct coercion and trafficking going on, yet actually sometimes their experiences are not as different as we say. Again, I won't go through all the quotes, so much I want to say. But Rachel Moran, from her memoir, Paid For, prostitution is a particularly cruel form of sexual abuse because though sexual abuse that manifests in other forms also hammers home the message there is no sexual abuse going on here. Only in prostitution is this message still respected after the facts have been uncovered. The silencing voice of prostitution abuse speaks with great conviction, and much of the world believes it. And you'll have these slides for the other quotes, but this is a common thing that people who have experienced great harm and abuse within it often feel that they cannot name that because they will just be told, well, you made a choice, it's consensual, it's fine. As she then goes on to say, it doesn't matter, all of these different things we talked about, says the world, that prostitution was chosen for you through poverty and all the spin-off social disadvantages that come with that. You chose it, says the world. So if you want to blame yourself, if you want to blame someone, go blame yourself. Why have we been so blind to this? I don't have time to go into this in great amounts of detail, but I have done a couple of other talks that really look at these freedom ideologies that we are beholden to within Western culture. Free market, free internet, sexual freedom, free speech. Freedom is something that we really value. Now that's a good thing, but it's been narrated in a very narrow way, rather than say freedom to live free from abuse, freedom to enjoy rich relationships. It's really boils down to the freedom of the powerful, and the freedom to do what I want and not give a sod about anybody else. And this is valued at all costs, to the point where we're ignoring other values like respect, dignity, compassion, and we're ignoring what it means to be fully human. So just diving in on neoliberalism and free market capitalism, this has really taught us to think of society as one big market, and humans, we're just rational agents maximising self-interest. So if you're selling, you're buying, it's all neutral and it's actually all positive, and whenever you find a new chance to sell or buy, great, entrepreneurship, that's empowerment, yes, yes, yes. That model has hidden a much richer truth, which I've put in kind of grey here and white. It's kind of hidden, that actually there's so much more going on. We are relational beings who depend on care and respect for one another. We have an inherent vulnerability, and sex is a unique site of vulnerability where we can be uniquely hurt and harmed. We feel pain and distress, and we're damaged when people disrespect us or devalue us. We have inalienable rights and responsibilities, and we have core values that should guide how we treat one another. So I'm just going to have to skip along a little bit here, but just to say that model of the world invites us to objectify other people. Huge research literature on this, which finds that when we sexually objectify or objectify in other ways, we see people as being less competent, less moral, less deserving of moral treatment, less warm, less sensitive to pain, and having less of a mind. Now you can take any one of those things and you can map that onto a greater risk of mistreatment and disregard. Just to highlight that children, I'm concerned about all of this. Children are being channeled and shaped into this sexual economic logic. So as I mentioned, social media, particularly Instagram and X, are bombarding teenagers with sexually objectifying content and unwanted sexual advantages. So, for example, within the past week, 19% of 13 to 15-year-olds have seen sexual or nude images on Instagram that they don't want to see. 13% have received an unwanted sexual advance. Adult sex content begins appearing in new 13-year-old accounts in as little as 3 minutes. And a piece of research I was involved in earlier on this year, we found that a quarter of 11 to 14-year-old boys saw sexual content within 10 minutes of going on social media. So there's this big bombard which is shaping children to approach sex as a transaction, as a commodity, and to sexually objectify others in the process. This leads to a pervasive set of harms. I just find this really heartbreaking, if I really drop down and connect with all of this, that relationships, particularly between boys and girls, are being kind of placed out of reach. I mean, this is a 15-year-old survivor who I spoke to in some research interviews last year, and this was her experience of being at school, talking about boys in her year. They're seeing women as not people. You can't even say this stuff to them because they're not that mature yet. They won't understand. They'll just laugh at you. You can't be like, oh, I'm not an object, I'm literally a human being. They don't see you. They don't see you as one. I think that's the same with a lot of boys, even boys that haven't done bad things. Just all of the boys that I know in my school. So for her, what does she see when she looks ahead and she thinks about relationships in her life? And I personally think that relationships between men and women are just such a rich part of life and of humanity, and this is the potential for that is really being undermined here. So in summary, we have a massive sex industry complex that's operating largely out of sight of those that aren't in its grasp. And this industry is making a land grab for the most intimate parts of ourselves, colonising them for capitalist gain. It's been aided and abetted by dominant cultural narratives around freedom, and this is fueling numerous harms, including abuse and exploitation, objectification, dissociation and distress. So where do we go from here? I'm not going to go through this whole list, and this is only a few things. I think we should think about our regulation of the sex industry. I was just saying to Duncan earlier, I don't have all the answers, or I'm not particularly wedded to a particular approach, but what I would like to see is these conversations starting to happen, and those conversations coming from a clear-sighted understanding of this reality, rather than it just being dressed up as all just fun and mischief and nothing to see here. Let's start from this reality and then go from there. There's some further reading and listening ideas there, and very interested to continue the conversation today and tomorrow, and thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome to YouTubers. It's been a really epic couple of days, and it's been so lovely to hear everyone's feedback and hear all the networking. I know we've already lost people, totally understandable. There's long journeys. The reason we did make it on a Thursday and Friday was deliberate, so that we've got a couple of days to decompress before you go back to your day job. There's been some heavy conversations, and even if you've really enjoyed it, you all know this, but you all go home and feel it. So do look after yourself. The feedback form is here. Please do scan it and give us your feedback, and we'll have this up for the rest of the afternoon. We've heard amazing feedback, and that's great. Thank you. Do give us not amazing feedback as well. I mean, I know we're brilliant, but we do need to know some other stuff as well. So we have another speech this afternoon from Jennifer Offord and Andrea Long, which I'm really looking forward to. And then we go to our workshops. If you're still standing by all of that, we'd love to just come back and have a quick thank you and a goodbye, and we will hear from one of our trustees. But you've all just been amazing. It's been a really lovely, relaxed vibe, and I've really enjoyed it. I've also been told I'm not allowed to let you go until we do this, which David, who has Switowski's, have sponsored part of this conference day, so they've been fantastic. I mean, Chris, sorry, you're going to have to explain, because I wasn't paying attention to the game, which is my bad. No, that's for David. David.
Yeah, David, do you want to come up and do the honours? So it's all legal and above board. Yes. Oh, yes. I just want to thank you all for kind of humouring me and taking part in this. I know it was a bit overcomplicated.
I don't know what we're going to do now. There's no manifesto or video or game to do next week. I'm sure we'll find some other work.
So the team that gets the first prizes are £20 vouchers each that you can spend in over 250 different outlets.
Ooh.
So I'm choosing the runner-up prize now.
We're going runner-up first.
Runner-up first.
Runner-up first. Okay. Yeah.
Runner-up first. Well done, because I have no idea how this was done.
Let me just check. Yeah, no, that's not.
That's not a winner.
It's there was only two answers. There was only two answers.
What I was saying about your early trains is now out the window.
There you go. Right, this right. What? So that's the person. So who was the dolphin was Gail Bunting.
Oh, I think
Lucy Hughes and Amy Clary, way!
Hey.
Come up and get your prize.
Go on, Lucy.
Oh, these are the runners up, sorry. Come and get your prizes. Come on.
Oh.
Yay, well done. One each. Have you got what's in yours? You've gone. Okay.
Oh. You give it to your team.
Yeah, thank you. Right.
Split it off this, yeah.
So winner, good running.
Right, yes. Rummage for the winner. Here we go.
Oh, I see.
Let's just check. Yep, that's the one. So that's the giraffe, which is Naomi
Lashington. Fawzia Hussain.
Just gone home. Fawzia Hussain. Yay! And
Lucy Clark.
Lucy Clark. Well done. Come up and get your vouchers. There you go.
First prize.
It's fine. We can send them in the post. That's fine. If you just give me a second.
I love that you did that. I love that now we're going to go. Yeah.
Send them in the post.
That's it. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. A bit of fun. Thank you.
And now, on that note, we go back to a very serious conversation. But thank you, Chris, for providing that enlightenment. Jennifer, Andrea, thank you so much. Delighted to welcome you to the stage to talk about your work at the CPS. Thank you very much. Somebody's going to show us. So, hoping we should have some slides coming up. Oh, there we go. Right, you'll just have to forgive me while I just double check that I know how to change the slide over. Yes, I do. Good. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I've got it. I just wasn't sure which direction I was meant to be going in, but I think I've sorted it. Good afternoon, my name's Andrea Long. I am Head of Violence Against Women and Girls Policy in the Crown Prosecution Service. I'm here really wanted to talk to you about the work we've done in developing a new national operating model in how we prosecute adult rape cases. So, firstly, I just wanted to start by saying this is still a journey for us in the Crown Prosecution Service. I'm not standing in front of you to say that we have got everything exactly as we should do yet, but we have made strides in improving how we prosecute rape cases over the past 3 years. I think in terms of context, I'm sure many of you in this room will be aware that between 2016 and 2020 we saw an incredible fall in the number of prosecutions for rape cases. I just want to apologise, I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm just trying to fight through that. And then from quite distinct actually falls in prosecutions for rape cases up until 2020. As an organisation, we made a decision that we really needed to proactively address those falls, understand why they were happening, and what solutions are available to us to address it. So the first thing that we did in kind of that journey is we launched our Rape and Serious Sexual Offences Strategy of 2025, which is a 5-year strategy that kind of really helped us to explore what some of those challenges were and like what could we do as an organisation independently to kind of address them. That then led to a really important piece of work that we did with the police called the Joint National Action Plan, which we launched in January 2021, and that really set the foundations in terms of how we can improve the way that we worked as prosecutors with the police. As I said, kind of providing that foundation for further in-depth programme of work, which led to Operation Soteria. I've heard Operation Soteria already mentioned this morning, so I know many in the room will be aware of it. But Soteria was effectively, there's 2 elements of Soteria. There was Soteria Bluestone, which was led by policing, and then there was Operation Soteria kind of Pure, which we had in the CPS. But both effectively
were pieces of work that included having academic input and scrutiny into some of the challenges in how rape cases were investigated and prosecuted. So we really had that kind of an independent evaluation in terms of what the challenges were, what needed to be tackled, and how we could make that better. So that launched in, I'm trying to get my dates right now, sorry, July 2023. It's fair to say that with all this work we have seen improvements, and I'll move on to that later. But as I mentioned at the outset, there's still a lot for us to do in terms of what we embed as an organisation. So if I move on to talking about the national operating model and a bit around the background in terms of how we developed that. So the kind of core piece of work that my team has been leading on for the past few years is in the development and publication of a new national operating model for how we prosecute adult rape cases. As I've mentioned, this came out of the academic research into Operation Soteria that for the CPS was led by Professor Vanessa Munro and her team from Warwick University. Part of this was really connected to the UK government's ambition at the time, which was to double the number of rape cases getting to court by the end of Parliament. As I've mentioned, this was an academic programme for us, which started in 6 Pathfinder areas. So for the CPS, that was West Midlands, Wales, North East, South West and London South. And we quickly expanded from the Pathfinders into London North. And then we later expanded into 3 further areas in 2022, which are Wessex, North West and South East. What that meant was within a year of the programme being stood up, we had effectively rolled it out in more than half of CPS areas. There are 14 CPS areas in England and Wales. In year 1, we focused on 6 work streams. You can see these here: early partnership working with the police on investigations. I'll talk a bit further about what we've ended up embedding in the next few slides, but effectively that was looking at building better cases earlier to improve how we worked with the police. Action plan monitoring, so looking at our action plans, whether or not the plans we were sending to the police were proportionate and reasonable. Looking at scrutiny, so where we open to scrutiny in terms of the decisions that we're making, but also how we approach those decisions. Case progression, trial readiness, which looked at like how we were preparing our cases, but also how we were delivering those cases at court. Supporting victims, which I know Jenny will talk to in a bit more detail. And then finally, our people, so ensuring that our people had the right skills, support, well-being, and training. So we had, as I mentioned, Professor Munro from Warwick University was a key academic for us. She completed her interim report, which was published in June of 2022. This really helped to shape and inform the model, which I'll move on to, and what was incorporated into it. We continued to instruct her after we published the model, just to make sure that the impact that we were anticipating to see had the change that we were hoping for. And that was published in January of this year. And I think one of the challenges that has highlighted that is still a key area for us is looking at our culture as an organisation and making sure that we're embedding a suspect-focused approach. And we continue to, on a 6-monthly basis, hold a review to make sure that actually what we've said that we will deliver in practice, we are delivering, but also it's having the impact and change that we expected to see. So if I just move on to kind of talk to the new model that we have for prosecuting rape cases. So the aim, as I set out, was to transform how we prosecute rape, to bring more offenders to justice and build victims and survivors' trust. It's about embedding a consistent, compassionate approach to adult rape prosecutions nationally with a clear focus on the suspect. So how have we done this? I've kind of outlined the 6 core areas, but I will talk a bit more about like what that means in practice in terms of delivery. So under the theme of early partnership working. We now have a joint memorandum of understanding on early advice with the police. What this means is that we engage with the police at an earlier point than we've ever done in the process previously. So we're able to kind of shape things like reasonable lines of inquiry. I know from coming to session earlier around pre-trial therapy that Linda really helpfully led on, that it means that we can give like really clear parameters in terms of what reasonable lines of inquiry can look like at the earliest point in time. It also means we can help shape the investigation in a way that we've never been able to previously. We also have a regular touch point after the early advice where the police can still contact the CPS through a pre-charge discussion. So if they've got questions, they can... I know this might seem to people like, gosh, I can't believe you weren't doing that, but we really weren't doing this. So this has been quite a big change for us in terms of really helping to build a different relationship with the police and acting as like one prosecution team. So in terms of action plan monitoring, as a second key theme, as mentioned, we've got the offer of a pre-charge discussion with the officer in charge, and we've also kind of stood up national joint operational improvement meetings between the police and CPS, which enables us to have more strategic conversations at a local level about like what may be some of the challenges, not just in specific cases, but kind of more holistically. And also it means that if, for example, we're seeing a lot of cases where there's a high number of action plans, there's an opportunity for police to escalate that through those processes. And we've also mandated a new PRFI process, which includes, again, an opportunity for police to escalate where they feel that there's not been the right outcome. The third theme, as mentioned, was no further action scrutiny. So we have stood up in each of our areas rape scrutiny panels. This allows for third sector to be, these are multi-agency panels, so it allows for the third sector to kind of provide us with accountability in terms of the decisions that we're taking. These meet a minimum on a quarterly basis. We are also standing up a national panel that means that we can look at where there's national issues, not just those that are happening locally. And it's a real opportunity. Well, it's not just an opportunity, but it's really increasing the level of accountability in terms of CPS decision making. Then the next three key themes around case progression and trial readiness. We have stood up a new approach for how we instruct counsel through a national guidance. We now have RASA unit care case progression officers in each of our areas, and appointed new RASA unit legal managers to lead our prosecution teams, which we'd not had in place previously, as well as a comprehensive learning package for our paralegals. I think like the real core things here about improving, as I said, improving how we instruct counsel and the administrative handling cases is like a real key part in minimising delay and translating good practice into the courtroom, which is something that we want to, is a real priority for us moving forward and something we want to continue to do. I will not go into too much detail on supporting victims, though I know many of you will be interested in that, simply because I won't take Jenny's thunder. And then the final kind of theme or element of our model was around our people, so recognising the need to support our staff, and part of that has included an enhanced wellbeing package to minimise the risk of compassion fatigue, which was identified through the academic research, supporting them with access to clinical supervision, and more frequent and bespoke training. So it's not just training at the outset, but we have refresher training for all of our prosecutors at different points when they move into our RASA units. So they're the kind of core tenets of the model itself. What next for us? So we've really been focusing on making sure that we are implementing the model and that it's being implemented consistently nationally. That is still the big driver for us, and what we will continue to do over the next year. And we have a central team that's set up that regularly engages with each of our CPS areas to understand how they are implementing and embedding the elements of the model. Also, there's a key theme in terms of making sure that they can feed back nationally in terms of some of the challenges they're having. And as an example of some work we've just done, we've recently started delivering, as I mentioned, the refresher training, but we've also incorporated new modules on tackling misconceptions and assumptions that we again developed through academic research. A key part of how we want to move forward is making sure that we are transparent and accountable. That is real critical in terms of the model being successful. So as I said, not only just the scrutiny panels, but we are also looking at how we can strengthen our governance nationally to make sure that there is more transparency and accountability for the CPS in terms of how we perform. And then I just wanted to touch on what impact has this had. So you can see in this slide, let me just remind myself that the blue line is request for early advice, orange line is referrals, and you can see quite distinctly the increase that we've seen since we've had the national operating model in place in terms of our performance. We've also seen it's around a 200% increase in the number of cases getting to court since we've started to work on the Joint National Action Plan. So in terms of our performance, we have found that since the model has been implemented, it is really making a difference in terms of the cases that we are able, in terms of the number of cases we're getting to court. I think there's more for us to do in understanding, once those cases are getting to court, what is the outcome, what has been the experience, and making sure that it's not just about numbers, it's about like real life experiences, and that's something that we really want to continue to explore. So I will pass on to Jenny, who will talk about the work we're doing on the Victim Transformation Project.
Thank you, Andrea, and afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much to Survivors Trust for inviting us to be here and speak today. It's really good to see you all. I'm Jenny Offord. I head up our new Centre of Excellence for Victim Services. So this is a team really working to drive up our improvement in the service we provide to victims. And I'm going to talk to you about the Victim Transformation Programme, which I'm part of a team working in the CPS to improve our overall service to victims through the programme. So bear with me while I align what's on screen with what's on my laptop. Okay, so I'll give you a bit of background about the programme. So we have an inspectorate that's responsible for looking at the work that we do and providing feedback. And in 2018 and 2020, we had some feedback from the inspectorate that our communication with victims under our communication and liaison scheme was problematic. There were issues with the timeliness and the quality of our communication, and a lot of our communication was found to lack empathy in our letters to victims. Relationship with criminal justice partners and statutory bodies and support services can be fragmented. So we took those essential findings and used it to shape what our programme is. So it's got three main strands to it. The first priority is to design and deliver a universal level of service for all victims that we engage with. Then the second part is understanding that some victims have greater needs, so to develop an enhanced service, and this is starting with victims of rape and serious sexual offence, but we will expand that cohort over time. And then the third priority action for us is about building an organisational and leadership culture around the importance of victims having a good experience with the CPS and engaging better. So those are the main strands of our overall programme, and I will talk to you more about particularly the enhanced part of the service, which is for victims. I think I'm okay to say RASO victims, I think hopefully in terms of acronym awareness in the room. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the detail around this. So this is for adult rape and serious sexual offence victims. And by the end of this calendar year, every adult RASO victim will be offered a pre-trial meeting with members of the prosecution team, and this will happen once we know that the case is proceeding to trial. There will be a dedicated victim liaison officer in all of the CPS RASO teams, acting as a point of contact for the victim and or their ISVA, and setting up things like a dedicated ISVA mailbox so we can really improve the communication back and forth between the CPS and ISVAs. We know this is a real gap. And to start looking at how we can pilot and test further points of contact with victims to really understand what more do we need to do. So we're looking at things like an introductory letter. So a bit about the pre-trial meeting with members of the prosecution team and what does this entail. So the victim liaison officer will make contact with the victim to offer the meeting. It's not mandatory, it's entirely up to the victim whether they choose to have the meeting or not. And we want to be really victim-led in terms of when the meeting takes place, how it takes place. Is it going to be face-to-face or will it be remotely or done over a video link? And also who needs to be at that meeting to make sure that it really gives the victim what they need. So the only stipulation is that it takes place before the trial, and the purpose of the meeting is really for the victim to be able to raise any concerns ahead of the trial or ask questions, so to really understand what to expect from the trial process, which is, as I know everyone in the room will understand, really daunting and intimidating for people. To talk about things like special measures, so have the right special measures been applied for? If they haven't, what are the next steps to do that? And also to understand if the defence have made an application to introduce evidence of previous sexual history, what does that mean and how is that going to play out? So we're not able to discuss the evidence that the victim provides, but lots of the information around the process and what to expect is really the purpose of the meeting, which we really hope will help victims to understand more about what's happening and what the role of the CPS is. We are delivering training, as Andrea touched on, for our people to support these meetings, and coming back to the feedback from the inspectorate, things like being trauma-informed and understanding and being empathetic, and really putting yourself in seeing things through the victim lens is really important. So we've invested a lot in really helping our people to develop the skills and knowledge to be able to lead the meetings in that way. So I'll talk a bit about the role of the victim liaison officer. So we started recruitment a few months ago. We had the first intake join us in June. I think that's about, actually I won't guess, but it's most of the positions that we advertised that we've filled. And the purpose of this role is really to be a consistent point of contact for victims or for ISVAs. So to be able to respond to queries that relate to the CPS, and for that to be done in a timely way. We know that there can be quite a significant delay, so we really hope that the VLOs will help with that. They'll also send letters to victims or make contact with victims at specific points throughout the stage of the journey. There'll be a key partner in strengthening the stakeholder engagement, so we really see it as a pivotal role of working with policing and ISVA and IDVA services to make sure that that feels more joined up. And as I've touched on, being trained in trauma-informed communication and knowing how to understand and respond to sensitive issues and sensitive conversations that are likely to arise in the meetings, and also to signpost victims to support providers if they don't already have what they need. So the next slide just talks a little bit about some work that we've done in partnership with the Survivors Trust, which has been really great. So this is something brand new to the CPS. This is about how we can hear directly from victims to help inform the work that we're doing through our transformation programme, and really make sure that our work is informed by victim insights that are grounded in lived experience. So I think it's been about 18 months since the victim reference group was set up, and it includes victim survivors of rape and serious sexual offences with different experiences of the criminal justice system and different case outcomes. They've given us really constructive, honest, robust feedback about the things that we've developed and things that we're working on, and this has really informed and really helped to shape some of the changes that we've made and the direction of travel with the programme. And this is really, really important to us. We have just recently set up a second reference group working with victim support, where we have lots of victim survivors from a range of different offence types that are also providing their lived experience feedback to us. And this is something that is really, really important and that we will continue to do as we shape our work. I've put a couple of examples in here about the sorts of things that we've had feedback on. So lots of the written communication that we send to victims we've asked for feedback on, because we know that it can be really confusing and complicated. So we've had some nice examples of how our new letters have had feedback from victims to say things like, I wish that my letter had been framed in that way, or I wish I'd understood that, and people really recognising the importance of the language that we use and how what we communicate has to be really clear and understandable and empathetic for victims. So there's a lot more going on. I could probably talk for another hour or so, but I will end it there. As Andrea said, there's still a lot for us to do. We recognise that as an organisation, but we're really passionate. Myself and the people in the transformation programme are determined to work to improve the experience for victims in the CPS and the wider criminal justice system. And I hope that some of what I've told you about today gives you some reassurance and some confidence that we're doing that. And thank you very much for listening.
It's really wonderful to hear from you. I think, as you know, this audience is has interesting issues and has lots to say working with the CPS, and we're really grateful for you coming and recognising that and explaining what you're doing. We've got time. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone got? Oh, okay. I'm going to keep it to just 5 minutes because we'll run 5 minutes into, but it's just so important, I know, for these people. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks. Right, let's go with Mags. Sorry, YouTubers.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, how can we see what the data is like in our local area? So obviously you had a chart there that was showing that prosecutions were increasing, which is really great and positive for those that want to do that. But how can we see what's happening locally and whether our area is the next on the list for the changes?
So in relation to the model, it has been rolled out nationally. So the national operating model for adult rape was rolled out last year. So we have already rolled the model out. Because obviously we did have some Pathfinder areas, I think they will probably be slightly further ahead just because they started at an earlier point. In terms of access to the local data, the local data is published. If it's okay, I might just share the relevant link. So there was a data delivery dashboard that you could break down that was actually on the government website. It's not on the CPS website, but you can break down into different local areas. But I can share the link with the lead from the Survivors Trust to share around so everybody has access to it. But local data is available. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Duncan. I'm an ISVA from We Are Survivors up in Greater Manchester. I know you can't answer specific questions around case and things like that. Something I'm interested in, you talked around a disconnect between CPS and criminal justice services. I'm also seeing a disconnect between CPS and courts. So to give an example, we're seeing a lot of postponed trials. One of ours locally is on its 8th, I think, postponed trial. And when we've tried to chase that with local CPS, no one ever seems to be able to put us in the direction of who can answer that question, why, or how long that will go on for. So it's a bit of insight, really, to say, is there anyone else that we can reach out to that might be able to answer that question, or at least raise it in the right circles? Thank you.
Thank you. we can both have a go at that. It's a really good point, and we can do lots at the front end, but if it's then falling down and trials are being adjourned constantly, that's really, really difficult. I think the new victim liaison officer roles in each of the areas are probably the best point of contact. So if you're struggling locally, we should be communicating who those people are, really publicising their details. That's what they're there for. So they will be your single point of contact for all agencies and partners as well as victims. So I would suggest establishing a relationship with them, and then they can sort of help you navigate your way through everyone else that you need to speak to.
Hi there. So victims' right to review. Yes, that needs a lot of work. So it's great to see what the work you're doing already, but the victims' right to review, the power and control dynamic of the CPS, not you girls, but the CPS, the top people that I was in a meeting with at the end of my victims' right to review, the fact that they use their language, and I'm not a stupid person, okay, but they need to come down to the level of the person that's in front of them, especially when you're in a traumatised state, and explain in plain English, layman's terms, what is going on. Because when they throw technical terms at you and they just want you to go, and they are then in the room like, you know, using that power and control, that's not a good place for a victim and survivor. So I would like you probably to take this message back to say that the leadership need to also understand trauma and how to engage with victims and survivors, especially if you've gone through the whole victim's right to review, because you know your stuff by the time you've gone through that.
Yeah. Thank you, and it sounds like you've had a bad experience, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I will definitely take that away, and it's part of what when I talk about the organisational culture and things changing, I think things like that are really important at every level. We're trauma aware and really careful about the language that we use when we speak to people. So
it's the power and control dynamic that's important.
Yeah.
That should not exist.
I understand. I'll take that one away. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Just to reiterate as well what I was saying yesterday, I know Andrew mentioned it there, but at the Survivors Trust we are running focus groups, people with experience in the CPS. We would love to hear from you. We now have our final workshop. Workshop leaders, if you were in here, I don't know why I'm looking around when I'm one of them, because if you could just knock 5 minutes off, that would be really helpful of the hour, because I do want to make sure that people can go on time. If you go to your workshop, and then as I said, would love you to come back here, and John and Jessie, is it okay to put the QR code up all the time, please, for people that are leaving? Thank you. Okay, see you in an hour. Yeah, back here in an hour, please.